I'm chair of the 42 Manhattan's SLA committee, and welcome to the May meeting for SLA 2. Also on the committee, I have Cormac Flynn, Bob Ealing, Carter Booth, Eric Olson, and Ryan King. Okay, so the procedure is I'm taking things out of order, but there are agendas up here, so you can see what's on the agenda. I call up the applicant makes the presentation. Everybody, please be sure to use the microphone. You can raise it and lower it, you can hold it, but I need people to speak into the microphone. That goes with committee members as well. So we hear from the applicants, the committee asks their questions. Once we are done, we will go to the public. If you have not filled out a speaker card, please fill out a speaker card and hand it to us. If you decide to speak on an application and you haven't filled out a speaker card, please come up to speak. I want to hear from anybody who wants to speak, and fill out the speaker card afterwards. Applicants and public, you're addressing the committee, you're not addressing each other, so speak to us, speak respectfully, no back and forth. And then after we've heard from everybody from the public, we will go back to the applicants to address anything that was raised during the public testimony. And I think that's it. For the lawyers that are here, or the reps, due to the change in the 30-day notice, where you can file your applications at the same time you're notifying us, we're not going to be taking layovers. So if you're not ready with your materials, then wait until you're ready to give us a 30-day notice. And that's the case with that. So the first item we're going to call is the Whitney Museum of American Art, Hudson Catering LLC, Whitney Bakery, Whitney Museum, Restaurant, Frenchette Bakery, et cetera, et cetera. This is a corporate change. Is this better? So before I start, I know you both have but does anybody need a copy of the documentation we submitted? I'll take one just to make sure that nothing's changed since what you. Yeah, I think that one. Okay. Okay. I'm Lindsay Farina. I'm here representing the Whitney Museum and all of the current licensees. The alcoholic beverage license is held by 3 parties. Those parties are the Whitney Museum of Art, Hudson Catering LLC, and Whitney Bakery LLC. We're here to discuss our intent to file a corporate change application with the New York State Liquor Authority. The purpose of that application is that one of those 3 currently licensed entities will be changing their ownership. Hudson Yards Catering is currently owned 49% by Compass Group USA and 51% by Union Square Hospitality Group LLC. The change taking place is that the Compass Group USA Inc. entity will acquire 100% of Hudson Yards Catering LLC. We're not seeking to make any changes to our existing stipulations, and there won't be any changes to the on-site operations at the museum. I have Jane Carey with me from the Whitney, and we're here to address any questions that you have. Okay, I don't think I have any questions. Does anybody on the committee have anything? No. Okay. I think that does it. Thank you. Oh, thank you. That was the easiest meeting ever. Thanks. Okay, the next application is going to be 609 Patio LLC and Mogador Greenwich LLC at 120 Gansevoort Street. Okay.
Hi, everybody. Donald Bernstein on behalf of the applicants for, we actually have two applications. One is a beer and wine license, the other is a full on-premises license for the same space at 120 Leroy between Greenwich and Hudson. This new application is covering space on the 9th floor and the rooftop of the building. There will be two licensees. One will be the lessee or owner of the business, and they are also partnering with Roadbed, the owners of which have had a place in East Village since I think the early 1980s. They'll be doing the food and beverage. The space is going to operate as a fitness and paddle club. Most of the space will be for that purpose. It is for members who pay, just like you would pay for a health club membership. They will pay dues to join and be able to engage in the activities at the spa. There's a gym, there's a fitness center, and there are paddle courts on the roof. Of course, there's also a food and beverage component, including a restaurant on the indoor portion on the 9th floor. There's also a food and beverage outlet up on the rooftop. We originally were going to file for beer and wine in order to get a temporary permit because it takes so long to get an on-premises license. But we also now realize that because we're on the 9th floor and we get the vertical distance, that there are not 3 or more licenses within 500 feet. So we're not going to be immediately filing for beer and wine, but we'll be filing for a temporary permit for liquor as well, as this application is likely not subject to the 500-foot rule. The 9th floor, both floors have about 13,000 square feet. If you look at the floor plan for the 9th floor, you will see that the great majority of the space is for the spa and for the fitness center. There's also a retail store there, a gym back of house, and the smaller amount of space is for the restaurant, which has 18 tables and 72 seats with 1 bar. The roof has 3 paddle courts. Those are covered. They are not exterior courts, they're fully covered courts. And then there is also an area for people to sit and have food and beverage service there. The hours of operation will be from 7 a.m. until midnight. The music program indoors will be background recorded music. When there is a private event, and we would agree to limit the number of those to about 20 a year, there could be a DJ. Doesn't mean there will be, but there could be. Outdoors on the roof, there will be no music at any time. Let's see. In terms of the public attending during the day, if anyone is not a member of the paddle club, they would have to pay a $50 cover to come into the food and beverage spaces. That would only apply until 5 p.m. After 5 p.m., anyone from the public can go to the restaurants on either floor. It's fully public, it's fully open to the public. There's no cover charge. Even during the day, there's food that's available for delivery to anyone. And that
Can you clarify, we kind of lost me on that. So $50 for somebody to come in during the day, get some access before 5 to what?
before 5 to sit and eat. They have access to the restaurant.
They can't play paddle.
You have to be a member to play paddle, you have to be a member to access the spa and the gym. If you're not a member of the paddle club and you want to come during the day, there's a cover charge up until 5 p.m. After 5 p.m., if you want to come for a drink, snack, dinner, there's no cover. Anybody can come, member or
Okay.
you guys want to add anything about this?
Do they want to introduce themselves?
How you doing? My name is Nino Mokatasa. I own and operate sports complexes in Brooklyn.
Hi, my name is Tony. I'm helping with operations with public.
Great, thank you. Okay, so I guess my first question is why is this not the club license? Why is this?
It's open to the public, and it's not a non-profit. It's fully open to the public.
Well, it's not fully open to the public. The restaurant is open to the public, but
Restaurant The area where food and beverages are served is fully open to the public.
Okay, so the public comes in the restaurant, how does the public even know about this? I mean, is it advertised any place to the public? Is there a
So
sign?
they haven't advertised on the website. I mean, they'll have signage out front. There's an entrance on Leroy Street. They'll have signage.
Okay,
No name.
and so, and then they can go upstairs and sit on the roof? Okay,
Just a follow-up, I mean, is the membership accessory or is the public accessory? The club?
I'm not sure it's.
Meaning the majority of people have access to the club on a daily basis are the membership. And so the public is just accessory.
You can characterize it that way. I don't know that I would characterize it that way. In the evening, certainly not necessarily so after 5 p.m.
So there's no preferential treatment for the membership.
At night after 5 p.m. No, for the restaurant, fully open. There's no restriction, there's no quota, there's no.
But it is open today, right?
What?
When the food and beverage operations are open, during those times, there are times where the general public doesn't have preference or has equal access to it because it's limited.
They
to
have
membership
equal access to food and beverage.
over the membership.
That's not equal. You're asking if they're equal. If it's over, then it's not equal. So if they don't have over, they don't have unequal. It's equal. After 5 p.m., anybody can go to the street.
But I'm saying, when during the day,
During the day, there's no preference.
the eating and drinking establishment is open, if it's full of members of the public, you can turn away the membership.
If it's full to capacity, no one can come in whether they're a member or a member of the public. If the public is there having lunch and there are not enough seats for members, they'll sit elsewhere and wait for a table.
and then how does the upstairs work with the lounge chairs around the paddle courts? I mean, there's food up there, there's drink up there,
Yes,
so
there's
anybody can
a
just go.
service elevator. There's a service elevator and stairs from the lower floor. If food comes up and will be served there. There's wait service on the roof. There'll be wait service with food and the regular menu. The menu is going same menu for both floors.
Okay, so for that, if the public is coming in before 5 and wants to have lunch up there or something, they pay their $50 and they can go sit on the roof in there. If you're a member, you don't have to pay your $50, you can just go sit on it because you paid whatever your membership fee is to have access to that.
They're paying, it's different.
Okay, and then, with the paddle courts, that's enclosed how?
We have a sort of a semi-steel structure with a canvas tent that goes over. The walls of the tent go all the way down to the ground. Which is soundproof and obviously lighting, HVAC and heating is supplied through the tent.
If you could put it into your mouth, just a little closer to the microphone, thanks.
So the lighting is inside, it's not a transparent cover,
No.
okay, and that is open till how late are people able to play paddle?
They have to leave the premises at 12.
So they can play paddle up until midnight.
Correct.
Okay, and then. And it's so there's nothing enclosed now, the HVAC is up there now, that's all that's up there.
Currently, there's nothing on.
So you're gonna put the HVAC up there?
Correct, yes.
Okay. There's a bar up there. That everything is open till midnight is what you're asking for, correct?
Yes,
There's no speakers up there?
no speakers.
And then with these private parties and the DJs will be
That's in the 9th floor.
on the 9th floor.
Yes.
Okay. Are there heaters on the roof too?
For the seating areas, yes, there will be.
Okay. Heaters and lights, I guess, for the seating area.
Yes.
Heaters and lights. What about for the paddle? Is there heaters in the paddle, so?
Yes, and pipe through into the tent. There's
So it's year round.
year round, exactly.
Okay, And let's see. And then I guess people just reserve the courts.
That's correct.
Okay. I think, and you said 12 events, 20 events, how many events did you say? On the 9th floor. 20 a year, it may not just be, it may not, there may never be any music on it. And when the DJ is there, is it background level still or no? Then it's not background level.
Correct.
You might as well just, it's not gonna be background, so.
It would not be background level if there's 5 minutes on the night floor.
Rather, I don't be honest. DJs are, right, okay. Other members of the committee, anything at this time, go ahead.
Yeah, just clarity on the roof. This, you don't provide any, you don't provide anything that shows us what's it going to look like. You're saying it's gonna be covered, the rooftop isn't gonna be entirely covered?
Just the paddle courts. So building essentially a large steel structure goes up about 35 feet, and is completely covered by canvas on the top and on the sides.
So that would also include the stand-up bar that's gonna be up there?
No, that's separate. That's outdoors adjacent to the courts.
This area here.
Yeah, no, I see it, yeah. But I guess the courts are not, they're not rectangular, they're more triangular. So how are you gonna put a cover on that design without putting it over?
So
Are you
the,
putting it over each one individually?
the 2 courts will have one large tent, and then the third will have a singular tent.
Okay, so why do we have rooftop service in the winter time?
We likely won't.
Okay, so you're saying that the stand-up bar, which you want to be open till 12 o'clock, midnight, 7 days a week, is not gonna be covered, it's gonna be seasonal?
Correct.
Okay, and you said that there's gonna be heaters there, so that suggests to me that's not seasonal.
Well, I mean, to the extent that, you know, the weather allows, we're gonna try to have heaters up there, but when you have heaters in 30-degree weather on a rooftop and it's windy, it's probably not gonna be serviceable. So, you know, it'll likely be.
Well, I see people using heaters year round. So I see people sitting out in the freezing cold with heaters in December and January, so I just trying to figure out what the real plan is.
Sure, I think it'll be up to the restaurant management's discretion as to whether the outdoor area is spittable enough for guests.
Okay, and there are gonna be speakers out there?
No speakers.
Okay, and so the purpose of the outdoor areas and stand-up bar is so people can watch the paddle courts, the people playing?
No, because the paddle courts will have sides that roll up and down. So most likely they'll be down most of the year. It's really just to enjoy the weather.
Right, but in the summertime, the people that are sitting in the chairs presumably are gonna be watching the paddle courts.
No, they'll be eating dinner, having lunch, having drinks with people. Like a restaurant.
Okay, so what's preventing the noise from the paddle courts coming into the restaurant?
The canvas structure, the tent, the walls go all the way down.
And that's gonna be year round, those tents are gonna be there year round?
That's correct.
And then, are those air conditioned?
Conditioned and heated
Okay, and then the other areas are not,
or not.
okay. And, have there ever been anything on this rooftop before?
Right now, there's just mechanicals and a water tower.
Okay, because currently the spaces, or the space has been used in the past as a, Soul Cycle, right?
That's the first floor.
So what's it been used for in the past?
The 9th floor, I'm not sure what it was used for, we moved in. And I know the rooftop has never been used for the public, just.
Okay, so the rooftop and the 9th floor, so those 2 floors that you look to occupy for the paddle court.
The rooftop will have the paddle court, and the 9th floor will be the club floor, so there's a pro shop, a restaurant, a gym, and a spa that features, you know, your typical cruise runs, so the treatment room, sauna, steam room, etc.
So why are people coming to this? Who's gonna be interested in this? What are you looking to attract? paddleboard players?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and how many paddleboard players can you play, if you have all,
At
and
any
you
one,
have two on each court?
correct. At any one time, you'll have 12 people up on roof. What's unique about this club is that there are not many, especially in Miami, or I'm sorry, Manhattan, indoor paddle courts for year-round play. Simply because you don't have the 30 feet, roof clearance that you need to go out.
And just so, but how many seats on the outside are for eating and drinking?
Don't have that, you have that number?
Yeah, on the, I have on the roof. 15 tables and 46 seats with 5 seats at one bar.
And then how about downstairs? How many seats? are there?
Downstairs, I have 18 tables with 72 seats, one bar with 9 seats.
And the way people get up to this is by taking some sort of elevator?
There's an elevator connecting the floors and stairs connecting the floors.
And how do people get from the 9th to the 10th floor to the rooftop?
Elevator or stairs.
So there's stairs also? Okay, how many sets of stairs are there?
Show that on the plan, I think there are 2. There are 2.
And the plan is for people to be using both sets of stairs as well as the elevator?
They want to, I think one is a service. So there's one elevator and stairs that's probably more gonna be used for service, so when food is in the kitchen on the 9th floor and they throw it up, there's a service elevator that brings them to the roof.
And how does
On
one
the other corner, there is passenger elevator for patrons to go from floor to floor, and there's stairs.
and how about the paddle court people? Because, I would think that, well, the paddle court people are going to reserve spots. Are they going to be a part of the club? I mean, you're going to limit the number of people that are going to be able to play there? Is that,
Yeah, we will probably limit the number of members for year one.
and how much are you going to charge for that?
We're not sure, we're thinking about doing like a tiered membership system, with yearly dues going from starting at 3,000, maybe going up to 10, potentially, likely somewhere in the middle of 5.
And, I see one picture of the rooftop, I don't see anything else, I see this diagram, that shows what's going to be there. But I don't see one picture of the rooftop. Who's gonna be affected by this? If there's, this is clearly gonna be, an effect in terms of noise coming from this rooftop, especially till midnight. Who's it going to affect? When you look out that rooftop, who's across me?
There are some buildings across the street that are lower than us. So I suppose if you're looking up at the roof, maybe you'll catch top end of the tent in your line of sight.
Did you talk to those people? Did you say, hey, we're opening this up, knock on the door, ring your bell, and that sort of?
We let them know with the doorman, not every building is going to come in. So all the residential buildings around it, we let them know, inform them what we're doing it, that we're gonna have a hearing here.
Okay, and when did you do that?
5 times in the last 3 weeks, including even this Monday, 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago.
Did anyone ever call you or respond?
We got a 1 response, and I spoke personally to 2-3 people from different rooms.
Okay, and was this posted in the hallway?
So
You tell the doorman?
no, I left several notes with the doorman and asked them to post it because I can't post it myself. They didn't allow me.
How about co-op or the co-op board or anyone, because these are big buildings. Co-op board manager, anything like that?
So I did speak to the doorman. He said he's gonna notify them, and I left, 4 or 5 letters with each doorman.
So roughly
And I put
2 weeks ago?
3 weeks ago.
Okay, that you're gonna be putting this club up on the rooftop? Okay. All right, I think I'm done.
Okay,
And they all have my contact information and notices, and I heard from one person.
let me just ask one question, Carmine, before you. Where is the entry to this?
It's on Leroy, on the ground floor on Leroy Street.
To the west of the thing that says Soul Cycle? Or?
It's,
Actually, it's the same entrance as Soul Cycle, and there's a little common lobby, and then if you go to the left, there's an elevator that goes to us, and if you go straight over to the right, you get into Soul Cycle. So it's the same door on Leroy.
Then it's hard to tell,
If you look at the floor plan, look at the first page of the floor plan.
right?
And you see the entrance, it says main entrance, main building entrance from Leroy Street,
Yep.
and you go in there and then you make a left. And then you go straight, and that's the elevators to come to us. So we're Soul Cycle.
Yeah. On the-
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
correct, that's, yes.
For which? This is where there's a
ramp that's on the button, that is- Yeah.
at the top of the ramp.
Correct.
And then with the elevators, then do they go to all the floors? Do they just go up? So there's different elevators for the other floors in the building.
Correct, that's on, Greenwich.
That's on the Greenwich side. Okay, so this is like your entry side from Soul Cycle.
Yes,
Okay, and then, so that the elevators that also go up to the roof, where you do the one set for the
Yeah.
patrons and one set for the food service primarily. Those only go,
so the food service elevator is the one that's currently serving the building, which is on the Greenwich Street, entrance.
okay,
The one that is on the Leroy Street entrance, which we have privatized, it's just going up to 9 and 10 now. It's currently a freight elevator. And there's an adjacent elevator that's not currently in use, so we're using both of those.
okay, so the one that for the food though goes to the other floors. So how will that work?
It also goes to 9 and 10 as well. We're just using the elevator that goes, we're calling it and we're bringing
You're
it up
calling
to
it,
10.
so if somebody else is using it, you're just gonna have to wait.
That's correct.
Okay,
Or use the stairs.
okay, Bob, follow up and.
Yeah, sorry, just a couple follow-ups. So you spoke of events. Okay, are there gonna be any events on the rooftop?
At this time, there are no events planned for the rooftop. There may be paddle tournaments on the rooftop.
I guess what I'm more focused in on the events that are gonna take place outside, not inside the tents. Where the paddle.
I can't guarantee that there won't be events. We're certainly open to hosting events on there, yes.
Okay, and what's the occupancy for eating and drinking up on that rooftop?
I think we're applying for an amended C of O, so I don't know what the total occupancy will be.
How can we possibly determine the effect if you have 100 people standing up there? I'm just saying, I know you have one stand-up bar, but are we gonna agree that this is dining for dining purposes only this rooftop?
I don't know, because if there was the question is, would it be used for dining only where people aren't standing around like having a cocktail party?
Right, you got a bar there, so people can stand around the bar. How many people are gonna stand around the bar during your events? That's a much bigger impact than people sitting down and eating and drinking at a table that with a set number of chairs. Yeah,
I don't think we have an answer for that.
that's a pretty significant,
Yeah, it'll depend on the occupancy that.
So what are we supposed to do? How are we supposed to evaluate this if you can't tell us that? Very important question.
I would never tell you how to evaluate anything.
No, how do we evaluate it? You give us the information, we evaluate, how can we possibly evaluate without that information?
Well, I think that the hours being, before or closing at 12 and,
How many people, it could be 50 people, it could be 15 people,
sure.
all right, so
And
that's a good group.
So I mean, those are what we know right now. I think from a sound perspective, you'll have to use your judgment on whether you think that will be disruptive or not.
if there's 100, so we should take the greatest number we can think of? I mean, I'm not being bored, that's gotta be,
I don't, but I know, you know, we have 18 tables over there and 72 seats, so. You know, it's not gonna be comfortable for there to be more than 100 people up there.
Just to clarify that you've got 15 tables with 46 seats and 5 seats in a car.
Sorry,
So.
I was looking at the nine, you're right.
It's the other item one, that, yeah.
No, you're right. Sorry, I was looking at the 9-4. You're right, it's 15 tables, 46 seats, one bar with 5 seats. So how many people can you realistically fit up there? I don't really have the answer to that.
you can take a lot up there. If you decide to have an event, and you decide that the event is a popular one, you take down the courts.
Well,
So paddle courts have glass walls around them, so we can't take those down.
You can, it's the battle court with that.
Yeah.
There's enclosed, it's not like a tennis court, there's no. Battle court, it's kind of like a rectangle, so it's completely enclosed with the glass, so you can't really. Besides the cover, inside of the cover, it's also covered with the glass and mesh,
So it basically has like 4 walls. of glass,
exactly, beside.
And then a canvas. That's correct.
When you play paddle, the purpose is you play off the walls, so you can't remove the walls.
Before I go to my, I just want to follow with that. And so you've had experience with paddleball courts and things before.
Yes,
So what is the sound attenuating effect going to be, particularly of the canvas roof? Because I have been at paddleball courts, at big paddleball, and that whack is also loud.
so, yeah, so the paddle, unlike pickleball, you play with the pressureless ball, so it doesn't make that big sounds like the pickleball. So if you're asking me, will it have a sound outside the canvas? My answer is no. I currently own and operate clubs in Brooklyn. One of them is a bubble. And you know, there's no sound past the on the outside.
Okay.
And obviously, since we're gonna have the seating outside, it's in our best interest not to have a sound when people have drinks and dinner on the rooftop.
Right, although if you're there for drinks and dinner, a little atmosphere for an hour or something, but if you live residentially nearby.
I agree.
It's all the time, you drive you mad. So
I agree. No, I agree 100% with you, but in my experience, I play the sport now, and like I said, I have the club. There's no sound past the canvas on outside.
Okay, thank you. Oh, no, that's why my question wasn't gonna be that, but as long as the topic came up, I think there's a lot of interest in the community, even though I know it's not about the license. Speaking to this, so Donna, asked a bunch of the questions I want to ask, but I want to zero in on something she was talking about there. When we were talking about the elevator access, I understand patrons are gonna be expressed as fine. The food service is at several floors. Can I ask what is in the building between the first floor retail and the 9th floor? What are the other floors? Are they commercial? Are they residential? Or are all commercial?
Office space.
Office spaces and things, so after hours or something, those floors could be locked off with key in the elevator. Or I'm just concerned about security for those spaces, right?
Yeah, so the back elevator is a really stacked elevator for food runners. So that won't be really used by patrons.
Right. No, I understand that.
Yeah, so if right, and all the tenants have their one elevator, which is on Granite Street. It's not unbelievable, so they're gonna be completely on a different.
Okay.
Also, the small little lobby area we mentioned, it's going to be staffed. So we will have someone on the ground by the front door that will do that.
So I'm sure no one's trying to go to the wrong elevator.
Yeah, make sure that there's no congestion in the street, whatever.
Okay, and then I just want to confirm something else I heard said before. There isn't any music or screens or electronic sound at the roof. The noise that comes, whatever it will just be patrons, right? Thinking glass, second.
No music or speakers on.
All right, I want to clarify that, so thank you all. Thank you.
Anybody else from the committee have anything?
Donald, you mentioned that you weren't sure if it's subject to the 500-foot rule. So you're just wondering if you could elaborate on this.
I have to check the distance, so when you have space that is licensed, that is on an upper floor or subgrade, and the licensed space is not on the ground floor, for purposes of the 500-foot long and 200-foot long, you measure the vertical distance. So the way you measure is, you go from the 9th floor down to the ground floor, the elevator to the front door, and then from there, you measure to the closest places. The measurement that we included in the packet did not include that. It only had the measurements from the front door. And I think there were only 4 places within 500 feet. 1, 2, 3, there are only 4 within 500 feet. So when you add that vertical distance, which the SLA has done on multiple occasions, you're gonna have less than 3.
So just to talk about that a little bit more, the impact here of the licensing and rooftop from a straight distance from there, 500 feet, that's a different measurement, right? The noise impact would be coming from the rooftop. So as the crow flies, 500 foot.
But that's not what you measure.
That's not for either of us to determine, right?
I'm just telling you what the SLA does.
I think most of the case law precedent only involves 200 foot laws.
They've applied it to the 500-foot law, and the language in the statute telling you how you measure is identical for the 200-foot law and the 500-foot law. It's not separate provisions. The way you measure is the same.
I'm not sure if that's been clarified, but the noise.
It's not
and the
clarified.
impact for the license. Okay,
No, I understand that.
but the noise and the impact of this, I think you have a tremendous number of people here.
We're not
are
saying
concerned
that.
about.
No one's saying that the impact should be the
So
same.
I understand, but
I'm just telling you that as a matter of law, the public interest test likely does not apply to this.
that may be, and I'm also saying that there are more than 3 licenses within 500 feet of as the crow flies from the license.
I think that's not, and you don't measure as the crow flies from the.
I mean, that's from your elevator entrance that you guys have exclusive access to.
You measure the vertical distance.
Right, but don't you have your own elevator to the space?
Yes,
So will the entrance be from the elevator?
but we're not licensed in the ground floor.
But that's.
But
the
that's
entrance to
possible.
the premise.
It's possible.
It's saying there's
It's
a
possible.
lot of issues here around that.
Yeah, which is why we're gonna be applying for a beer and wine license. So that we can get a temporary permit in the event the full liquor license is considered subject to the 500-foot law, and we will get that in time. That's why we sent 2 notices, we have 2 applications.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think I'm gonna go to the public because we have a lot of people here, so. Yeah, go ahead, one follow.
Yeah, just one follow-up on that. So do you have any decision from the New York State Liquor Authority that says exactly what you're saying? Do you have anything in writing?
No, in fact, there was a. We have anything in writing, no, we have approved, we
Okay,
have
and usually when there's issues like this come up, New York State Liquor Authority will issue a memorandum to advise, not just the public, but to advise lawyers like you. Is there anything like that, dealing specifically with this issue?
not that I'm aware of, but there are.
Yeah, no,
Applications that were approved.
I understand, because you used the word likely, and I'm just saying, there's no decision from New York State Liquor Authority. There's no case law, it's never been tested by the courts, this theory, and so, I just want to make it clear. This is a theory on your behalf as the lawyer representing your client.
It's not a theory.
All right,
Well,
well,
the statute.
it's a theory of
Reason why,
representation.
reason why I said likely is because of what first. Where made the correct one about the issues. So that makes it an open point. But the statute and the way it's been interpreted, not by rulings, but by rules, vertical distance counts. And I don't have, I have multiple emails from council and others at the state of Florida.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the public now. I have a number of people, if you wanna come up, people with children, maybe first, just so that, that you can go first, so just tell me your name and then I'll juggle the pieces of paper around. Yeah, you have to speak into the microphone.
So my name is Scott
I
Bird.
think you can both, I know, yeah, you can raise it or you can twist it. There we go.
Hi, is that okay? My name is Scott Bird. It's my wife Megan and our two twins in the 19 months. They're up a little late tonight, but this is important. So we live in the penthouse at 111 Leroy, and I'm the president of the board of that association. I think there's a couple of things that I'd like to ask for clarification on, if my son will allow it. I want to point out this is 4.5 hours before the proposed closing time of the neighboring building. So for 4.5 hours, Teddy should be asleep. He may not be if this gets approved. So one question is, they mentioned that there would be soundproofing around the paddle court. Although when I read the application, it specifically did not mention that there would be any soundproofing at all. So could you guys clarify that for us?
Well, I mean, they said there's going to be a glass wall and canvas there. I don't see a sound study, so we can ask about. Yeah, just get all the questions out. And then I'll-
So then the next item that I want to point out is quick Google search of the average noise of a paddle court is 91 decibels. Pickleball is loud and disruptive as that has been in New York City, has an average around 80. So paddle is actually louder than pickleball, the opposite of what they inform us. The CDC says prolonged exposure to noise levels above 75 decibels causes hearing damage. So 91 is something that's pretty significant. And most paddle courts that I've ever seen played on have a plexiglass rear wall. The side walls are not glass. I've never seen one that's been enclosed. And even if it was, I don't know if canvas is going to prevent much sound travel. At least I haven't seen that in the case. That's it. I mean, I think it's quite clear other residents will, people will share their opinions, but this is unprecedented. In my letter to you, I indicated that there are other establishments that have liquor license in our neighborhood. They do their best to prevent sound. They have hours that are reasonable, they close early, and they're entirely indoors. I'm all for supporting local businesses and having a fun environment, but something that's open 17 hours a day is just a bit much. Thank you for your time.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
Megan, did you want to add anything?
Well, we would not be for this, or against the paddle court, for the sense that it would cause a disruption to the neighborhood and if they couldn't get paid. And, I would need a lot more information on sound study in order to make sure this was in fact completely soundproof. Otherwise, I find it would be a big nuisance to the neighborhood and, I think that really concerns me, and it would move me to want to come here and articulate that.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, so there's a number of people. If you just want to start coming up, and I'll just Eugene Travers. Eugene. Yeah, and if everybody could just say your name, and then go ahead.
Good evening, my name is Eugene Travers. I'm a land use attorney with Kramer, Levin, and Allison Frankel. I'm here on behalf of a unit owner in 620 Greenwich Street. My client has already submitted a letter to the committee. I have copies if you need that too, outlining the many issues with this application. I'm here to specifically talk about a flaw in the application, what we believe a fatal issue, and that's that this establishment does not appear to comply with zoning. The reason for that is that this property is in an M15 zoning district. In that zoning district, commercial uses need to be fully enclosed. There is an exception for outdoor table seating associated with the eating and drinking establishment. But the Department of Buildings has been very clear that every single other aspect of that establishment needs to be fully enclosed, including the bars, even the service stations, every single part other than the outdoor tables, seating needs to be enclosed. The problem with this applicant is that this property is substantially overbuilt. There's no excess floor area available to create that enclosure without creating non-compliance. And the building, because it's an older building, it doesn't comply with the existing height and setback regulations. So even if they could come up with that floor area to create these enclosures required by law, they could not do it under zoning. I'm not a liquor law attorney, but I do think the SLA would be very interested in probably not issuing a permit for an illegal use. And I would encourage the committee to take that into account in their recommendation. And obviously, on behalf of my client, I would urge you to recommend denial of this application. Thank you.
Can you just give me the name of your client? I do have a letter.
It's Charles Street. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you very much.
I think he has a question.
Yeah, just in terms of, what you're indicating to us, this is coming from you as a land use attorney. You specialize in land use? And
Yes, that's all I do.
And so this actually comes from, this is your writing of why it is.
That's the letter my client submitted. I assisted him in preparing it, but it outlines some of the items that I just mentioned in my testimony.
Okay, all right, as long as it's all in there.
It is, and counsel for the applicant just asked for a copy of the letter. I gave them all up. If you have an extra, we can give everyone just out of courtesy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
And just to follow, this is readily available information, code notes, et cetera, the Department of Buildings.
Yeah, in my client's testimony, there's a footnote that links to the buildings department bulletin that will explain this. Thank you very much.
Okay, Judy Jones?
Hello, I live at
You just need to hold the microphone so we can hear you.
I live at the corner of Leroy and Greenwich in 620 Greenwich. And myself, my husband, and I are the attorney. I am here to express our strong opposition to this application for a rooftop bar and paddleball club. Due to the proximity of my home, the proposed usage we think would have a direct and very negative impact on our life, our family, our neighbors, our neighborhood. In 2014, Hotel Hugo on Greenwich Street opened the rooftop bar. At the time, I lived 2 blocks away. And it was very clear, we would hear music whenever they played it. We also heard, accessory noise when they created it. This is much closer. Their application indicates the proposed hours of operation is 7 a.m. to midnight, 7 days per week, which creates an enormous window for that noise disruption. Their application indicates no plan to provide any manner of soundproofing, sound attenuation, and there's no plan to manage any additional traffic that is created by the venue. The proposed venue doesn't provide any tangible benefit to our community. In fact, it will bring additional traffic and generate additional garbage, which means food waste brings rodents and insects. And generally, it will create disruption in an otherwise very quiet pocket of the West Village. And I'd also like to add that absolutely no one reached out to our building. So that is inaccurate at best and untrue, really. We have been watching carefully at any developments in the neighborhood. We talked to all our neighbors, and that characterization, I would say for 620 Greenwich, which is also 601 Washington, is completely untrue. So we strongly oppose the application and hope the board will do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. You just put it on the table, okay. A number of you can just come up because I've got a lot of people then. I have Patio Russo Young. Or Sandy Russo, go ahead. Sandy, go ahead.
I just want to,
And you need to use the microphone. You're gonna hand out your.
that's for you guys, and could someone just pass these around, my name is Sandy Russo. I live at 625 Greenwich Street, which is half a block away from the building under
So we
consideration.
have two more copies up here.
I've lived there since 1971, when the area was very, very different than it is now. In 1980, I had the opportunity to purchase the building from the owner who also owned the building next door that has now been converted to a condo. This is a completely residential area, and what I'm distributing is a little map that I made and a list of all the restaurants in downtown west side of Manhattan. And all of, but two are in the meatpacking district. And that's way at the top, there's a little triangle kind of showing the meatpacking.
Sandy, how about you just keep using the microphone?
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so it shows a meatpacking area with about 6 rooftop establishments. We're down here. This is Leroy Street at the bottom of this page. There is nothing in the area that is like what these guys are proposing. I would also mention, we were never contacted. Mine is a 6-story building. No one has ever been contacted by anyone about this. Ever. Nothing. And the other thing is that I think maybe some of you on the committee know, there was an application almost exactly like this one, about 6 or 7 years ago, maybe 8. I don't know if it's in your archives. The same thing, a bar open, the roof, 9th floor. They were proposing a swimming pool on the roof rather than pickleballs or whatever balls they got. And it was defeated. The neighborhood did not want it, and we still don't want it. And there are more residential buildings now adjacent to or across the street from than there were back then. So I strongly oppose it. I think a lot of the answers are vague. I don't trust that some of the stipulations will be adhered to. It's unclear, it's fuzzy. It doesn't belong here. They should go look at the packages.
Okay, Sandy, wait, before you go, I have one question. Do you know where the location of the place that you're talking about a number of years ago was?
The same place, same building, the 9th floor and the roof. Oh, I don't remember the applicant. Okay, we were here, so many years of everything. It was inappropriate for this neighborhood.
Okay, Cormac, did you have something? I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you, Sandy. Yes. Former board.
Hi guys, Julian Waxel. I also live in the neighborhood. My family, my young daughter strongly oppose this for many reasons. Noise, bringing a bar to the area, and as somebody who would love to play paddleball, probably won't be allowed in the club anymore, but I don't want this. You know, somebody who would be in favor of this thinks that this is a nuisance from noise.
Talk to us, not to them.
From noise, from having a rooftop bar in a family, residential area, that will generate noise. If you want to build a business in a community, in a neighborhood, build the trust of that community. These guys have clearly not done that at all. They dropped a couple of pamphlets they said was split the doorman, expecting that those will get out. They didn't mail anything. I know for a fact that 421 Hudson, which is directly adjacent, was not contacted. That leaves a lot more people that would be here tonight if they were. I emailed a lawyer who responded that no date for this meeting had been set, and they never sent a follow-up email to me. I can provide that email if you like. So almost like they're hiding something. What is going to be going on? Is it gonna be open in the winter? Is it gonna be closed in the winter? Is there gonna be music outside? There's no speakers, there are speakers. Is there closed in? There are walls, now that the walls go up. I think I heard somebody say that. I mean, there's no trust, we have no idea what's going on in this place. It's a club that's open 17 hours a day. There's a school a block away as well that could be affected. It's just doesn't belong here. Thanks.
Hi, my name's David Levy. I live at 622 Greenwich Street, across the street from Sandy, and a half a block away from where people want to do their work. Couple of points. First of all, regarding notification, I learned about this from looking at CB2 calendar. Nobody approached our building. We have a managing agent. They could have contacted the managing agent. I'm on the board. The board is not on the board with it. With regard to the comment that was made by Scott and Megan, Scott said something else earlier, and he didn't quite repeat it, and I'm not sure of the accuracy, but those of us who were here early were treated to extraordinarily noise as people disassembling what looked like a stage back here. He had said to me, at least, that measured out at 80 decibels. And the paddleboard was going to be something like 90 decibels. Doesn't sound like a big difference, but this is a logarithmic scale. The difference between 90 and 80 is tenfold. The noise that I heard out here was just extraordinary. I had planned to record some of the noise from the north side of West Houston as I walked over here. As I came down Bedford Street, I could hear people hitting the walls from about a half, 2/3 of a block away over the sound of traffic. Unfortunately, I arrived at the ports at 6 o'clock and people pulled up the nets, folded them up and walked away. So I never got a recording, but I was gonna play for you folks. And I can't remember what else I've got on this, but yeah, one other thing. I remember from maybe 25, 30 years ago, that there was a rooftop restaurant on top of Sushi Samba on 7th Avenue South. And I had some dealings with somebody who lived in Sheridan Square, facing south. And he was fighting this rooftop restaurant for 3 years. I don't know whether it had ever been granted approval to exist up there. This was a restaurant, not a bar per se. But the noise, according to him and the people living on the south side of that building, was extraordinary. Final thing about 622 Greenwich is our bedrooms, unlike those of many other buildings, face the street. So, we're gonna hear this. I hear air horns from FedEx all the time, which drive me nuts. That's nothing compared to what this is gonna do. So I also join those urging that you guys not approve this.
Yeah.
Hi, Liz Bigger. I live directly across the street.
Okay, so did you fill out a speak? You can speak, you filled out a speak.
Yes.
Okay.
Funny, because I actually look directly at and downward at your establishment. It's funny that you mentioned that. You could maybe look up at it. I'm resident near Leroy Greenwich Street. My kids' windows are 20 feet from this proposed establishment. I, along with my family, strongly oppose this application. The entire stretch of the 9th floor of that building on all facades is almost completely windows spaced very closely together, creating a massive lack of privacy for the surrounding residents. That, along with the roof bar and the paddle courts with music always playing, would create a constant presence of lights and noise. In the application, I was particularly struck by the mention of the DJs and the potential frequency of the DJs, like maybe DJs, like we don't know, blah, blah. Who knows if the DJ, who knows, maybe it's 20 times a year, which is every other weekend. If it is 20 times a year, or maybe it's not. Because then I was particularly struck by the box they checked on the very next line, indicating the sound level being, quote, quiet background, like which is it? I'm a musician, I run sound, I know what decibels are, I know how people listen to music in public establishments. We all know what a DJ sounds like, we also know what playlists sounds like playlists sound like being piped through speakers in order to create an effective atmosphere for patrons. If it's effective, you're gonna hear it. I somehow doubt that the canvas that I mentioned will prevent much noise, and I may be missing something there, but canvas that is rolled up, which they also mentioned they could do, will do exactly what like air would do. And to be clear, paddle is a very loud sport. We're not just talking the balls, it's the people like cheering, whatever, it's loud. I'd like to point out two blatant lies told today among probably many others. One, we as neighbors most certainly did not get flyers 5 times. We didn't get them at all. I heard about one that was posted on a lamppost that was then mysteriously taken down very soon after. And I heard about that, never saw it. And 2, they stated the establishment is higher than the adjacent buildings, and you might be able to look up at it. My children would be staring directly at and actually slightly downward at these club goers. They would be listening to the constant paddle tournaments, and they would certainly be kept awake by the lights and noise from the bar and restaurant with the DJs and or music playing through speakers. The blatant dishonesty here today, coupled with the inconsistencies, contradictions in the application itself, raised huge red flags. This does not belong in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else here to speak on this application? At all? You filled out your card, so yes, I mean, if anybody didn't fill out a card, you can always speak.
My name is Kate, I live at 625 Greenwich Street. My windows do also look directly at that building. And they also currently look at my neighbor's courtyard where they play ping pong. They've installed the ping pong table, and ping pong is not, it is a much quieter sport, and it keeps us up all night. And the thought of having to deal with doing ping pong and paddleball is something that I would literally drive me insane. We have dealt in the neighborhood in the past year with people throwing rooftop parties that have kept the whole neighborhood up. And you can, it's a funny acoustic corner that sound bounces off of very easily. And Greenwich Street, I've grown up on for, in 9 days, it'll be 44 years. It's the reprieve from Hudson Street. It's, you walk there and you're like, ah, I finally got away from the madness. And this is not something that we want to bring to our corner. I raised my 4-year-old there now, and it's the calm from the storm. Greenwich Street, Washington Street, in that little, few little blocks there is not the place for the bar. It's not the place for the paddleball. This is just not what we as residents want there right now.
Thank you. Okay, I think that's it. Nobody else here, right, on this one? Okay, go ahead.
Don't know what else to really add or how to respond. I understand that there's some people that are unhappy. The club is going there, the paddle courts will be there. I think that it is going to be covered. A number of people talked about music. We made clear there's no music on the rooftop. The paddle courts are covered. Whoever made a mention of 90 decibels, I have no idea how reliable that is. I don't know where that was measured from. I think it was measured from the middle of the court, not covered and glass enclosed paddle court measuring 60 feet away through someone's window. So that's really just not reliable. I can only count on what my client says, who operates these and who has experience with these, knowing that they're enclosed by glass and canvas. So, I understand you're going to consider the entire venue, but the paddle courts are going up there. I think doing everything we can to make it so that it will not create an unreasonable disturbance.
There hasn't been any sound study done
There was not any sense
or on cupboards or on the.
we have not.
Right.
Or for that matter, you know, obviously, since you haven't built it out yet, you don't have any sound studies on the effect of the restaurant area or anything either.
We have not done the sense study.
So I get it. So, I just wanted to raise a couple of things that came to me when people were talking. The one is that we've been talking a lot about noise, which is clearly the biggest issue here, right? But there's also an issue of light pollution. Right, it's gonna be open till 12, like I heard people talking about how they're looking down on this, what is up till now, the dark roof, which is mechanical. Now it's gonna have facilities that are open till 12 and including the restaurant. I'm just wondering if anything can be done or what your plan is for the lighting scheme to sort of prevent the lights from going out.
Yeah, very much.
Going down.
And I thought that, and I asked them about that. There are no lights, I don't think, there are no up lights, there's nothing shining. I think the plan in the evening is to have the seating area outdoors dimly lit, because you don't want it like daytime, there's something nice about sitting outside in the evening, which is dimly lit. So we specifically talked about being sensitive to make sure that there are no lights shining into these parts. And if we ever got to the point that we're doing stipulation, I think that would be an easy topic to cover. We don't have details on it.
And the other thing I just want to raise is, or just ask about, right, is that clearly the concern, a big concern is the sound, especially at night. Right, I mean, this is a highly residential area. It's a very family-owned area, lots of kids. And it's an area that, unlike so much of Manhattan, is still following a very traditional pattern of, being quiet, commercial that ends at the end of the day and being quiet and that kind of thing. This will obviously not be in the pattern as well. And I'm just wondering, is there any possibility of rolling back those restaurant hours in the evening for the roof, not down the floor?
I think the only answer I can give you is that if we got to the point where we were discussing stipulations with your support, I think that is something that we can consider. What I don't want us to do is tell you we're going to reduce the hours if it's clear that this committee is not going to support this application. And I'm just want to make that clear. But if we got to the point where we're putting things on the table, I think that could be a topic for consideration.
And I'm going to turn it over. It does seem to me, Madam Chair, a zoning issue that was raised is something that we'll need to look into because we can. Generally speaking, it's not our policy to report an application that doesn't comply with zoning.
I don't,
And maybe it doesn't make judgment. You know me, I'm not a zoning expert. I don't know.
nor am I can tell. I think some of the people behind this project are very sophisticated in real estate, and I can't imagine they would go into this not knowing what they're doing, but I can't exactly. Well, I don't think they're stupid.
I think that doesn't, that is that one. Okay, we done, Cora? You're done. Okay, anybody else from the committee?
Yeah, I was looking over what Sandy had raised over the past applications, an application by Josh Carnes for rooftop spaces there.
When was that?
It's in September of 2011. And which the committee, the board supported. I think it's ultimately withdrawn. But it lays out some pretty significant numbers for the rooftop occupancy, which is the concern.
I assume they didn't have outlets.
No, they had a pool and things that took up space on the rooftop. Because I think the occupancy was about 200 people on the roof. So
I don't think that, I think that's a concern.
And I mean, that's.
70% probably of that space, only 12 people can be, because, it's only 4 people per home.
Yeah, I just raised it because the numbers can be significant, and I think that that was the question that was posed to you guys as far as if you have standing occupancy. The concern is not necessarily seated occupancy, it's if you have some paddle related events and there are a bunch of people standing on the roof afterwards and whoever else comes from them. So you'd
Well,
be
I'd be curious to see this floor plan. I'm not so sure that I thought it would be the same size as 3 paddle courts.
That was a little predating people submitting that materials electronically.
And I mean, I don't think they're plans to have too many people up on the rooftop. It's not what this place is about. This is a paddle club that's got ancillary food and beverage service and a restaurant on the ground floor. You know, there are other fitness clubs like Lifetime. Lifetime has a number of clubs. Same kind of thing. You have to pay to go. They have a regular on-premises license and they have food and beverage outlets and they have restaurants within their clubs. I don't know if they have a rooftop, but they have restaurants within their clubs.
So
And just so you know, and I do their work, so I know, they're not having wild parties. They're not having 200 people standing around drinking.
So just so we're clear, you're looking to license the entire rooftop, correct?
I think we don't have to license the courts. It's probably easier for us to just license the space, but we can easily not license the paddle courts. There's no drinking on the paddle courts.
Do you have a decision from the state liquor authority that discusses that you can do exactly that? I mean, do you have any recommendation from the state liquor authority that allows for that, or do you have to have, or is it just required that you have to have the entire rooftop license?
No, you don't have to license the entire space. You can license part of the floor of the space.
Okay, so the intent right now is, you're not going to license the entire rooftop, just the little areas where you want to have the bar.
I think the intent is it's just easier to say it's all licensed, not because there's drinking on the courts, just because it's easier just to do that than have to have a demarcation. So it's the same, again, it's the same thing for Lifetime Gym. The whole gym is licensed. Nobody's drinking in the nobody's drinking in the sun.
I guess the concern of people is once you license the rooftop, the entire rooftop, what's going to be there next? And what's going to be there after that? So the question really is what is this application? Okay, is it to license the entire rooftop or not?
Well, let me be clear, because we've been accused of a few things here that are unfair. No one's trying to play games here and license the rooftop, to take the courts down and have a party with 300 people. That's not we've been very clear. The paddle courts are for paddle, they're covered. It is easier for me to just license the whole space. I can not as easily, but not license that space. It's going to be used for paddle. That court's not being used for parties or events or to put anything there. Food and beverage space is separate, paddles are separate. As I mentioned to you, or as I started to mention, we've licensed Lifetime clubs, gyms, licensed the whole thing. So I said, no one's drinking in the Lifetime sauna or in the gym or in the locker room or in the store. It's all licensed. And the SLA has not had a problem. In fact, in one of my Lifetime applications where we tried to separate it, they said, don't do that, just license the whole place. Really, you want me to license the sauna? Yeah, just do it, just license it. So we said, okay. So that's what we're doing here. And if you look at the 9th floor, most of that space is gym, back of house, kitchen, locker rooms. The footprint of the restaurant is relatively small.
So then back to what Bob was asking earlier. For the rooftop, if you're having a party, there's 12 people on the paddle courts and there's 51 people sitting, so that's 63 people. If you're not using the paddle courts for a party. So if we wanted to stipulate that there would be no more than 64, 70 patrons out there, is that something?
I think we can stipulate to a number. I don't necessarily want to say 63. We have
70?
how many? Is there a number you'd be able to agree to tonight? Do you want to come back?
I mean, you did say you want to be able to have events out there. Okay.
I think maybe yes, but I don't know.
But you don't know, okay.
I mean, clearly also it's legally permitted occupancy.
Right, but what,
I don't know what that is.
but
Because
Bob,
there's no-
I understand whatever it is, and even if it's 150 people, to Bob's point earlier, was he was trying to understand the impact of the route, and so what I was trying to be based on what I thought I heard them say, is
Where's my
that
zoning?
paddle court,
Is it still there?
the paddle court, no, I think he's not, but the paddle court would not be used for parties, so that led me to make the deduction that I just made, because that's how many seats are up there, and that's part of, as Bob said earlier, what we were evaluating, so we're matching, but it seems.
So we don't have a CFO yet, but we're applying for that, and that's gonna tell us what the minimum occupancy is. And they base that in part on the square footage of a certain number of people, so I don't know what that formula is.
Right, I know, I mean, we have, just gonna say, that we've had people come that have occupancy is X, but they agreed to X amount of seats, irregardless of what the occupancy is. So I was seeing if we could accomplish that, and it seems that's not something that we can accomplish at this moment, but I thought I would try. So I'm done with that. Sandy, I will let you come back. I do, just do me one favor, we actually need to have a microphone so that we can hear.
I just want to point out that they asserted that they glanced at the neighborhood and contacted all the residential buildings about this application. They did, heard all of us now, who live in these neighboring buildings. I don't find them particularly convincing. You're talking now about stipulations. The real issue about stipulations is that the neighbors are gonna have to police it, that they won't. And no one wants to be in that position. That's why there are no roof bars or restaurants in our area. And I don't want to be in the position of having to, call up and say, well, it's 1 o'clock. What happens? Well, the party ran late, blah, 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 blah. That's not the issue here, whether they have 50 people or 75. The issue is the hours they intend to operate and the kinds of operation that matter.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I raised it, that's a good point. You guys haven't having conversations, right, with many of the neighborhood residents, so it's difficult, to put us in a difficult position. Because they're the experts in their immediate area, so we're not even in the ballpark of discussing some of the issues, particularly, just hearing people say they're above, which is even more significant, right? So it's put us in a very difficult position here to weigh in on this.
Thank you. Okay, the next application that we're going here is going to be Halloween West Side LLC, doing business as Cave and Lantern at 29 7th Avenue South Shore. Anybody here on that application? Halloween, anybody here from Halloween or?
This is the second one we have. This is the.
And just so you know, the microphone goes up and down with the dial that's in the middle there, and you can also tilt it if that works better for you. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Kieran Green. I'm the owner of Catering and Brewing. And we're here to for proposing a kitchen and tap room
at 29 Avenue South. As previously was licensed as the Patio. It's 40 seat restaurant indoors, and 32 seats outside, a sidewalk cafe.
Okay, the hours are,
11 on our application, you have 11 AM to 4 AM. Or sorry, 2 AM.
11, well, okay, so what I see is 11 AM to 2 AM Sunday to Thursday, and 11 AM to 4 AM Friday and Saturday.
Sorry.
Okay, then, hang on a second, and then I have 12 tables and 28 seats and one bar with 9 seats, so that's 41 seats. And are you installing operable doors, or there are operable doors there?
There are all doors and windows currently installed.
Okay, so they're there, and I presume you want to open them.
Yes.
Okay. So the first thing I'm going to ask is why can those hours be any earlier? I mean, there's a lot of late night places around there, and there's a lot of residences around there.
Yes, we can reduce the hours.
So what would you reduce the hours to?
If we could do Monday to Thursday, 12 AM, Friday and Saturday, 2 AM. I believe that was the hours in the previous license also.
Yeah. And then, you got it, okay. I think you're right about that. And there's TVs, correct?
We have 3 TVs.
How big are they? Yeah.
2 TVs and 1 screen. TVs are approximately 5 inches, and the screen, but maybe 70, whatever. But that was also what was the previous. Application.
And then, is it sports that goes on the TVs, and what goes on the TVs, and is there sound on the TVs?
We do have sports on the TVs there.
And the TV space out to the street? I'm
No.
trying to look at the plan. Where are they on the plan? Or?
TVs are behind the bar. Where you can just. Yeah, so it's the other thing on here, right behind the mirrors.
So then how would people see that? How would people, what would you do, the mirrors open, or?
The TV shine through the mirror when the TV's turned on.
It shines through the mirror when the TV is turned on. Okay. Okay. Then. Okay, so the sound will be on, and then what's up, where's the screen?
Screen is in the dining area.
And that's sports too.
Right.
I'm just gonna express a personal opinion here. All of that doesn't seem to go with the decor of what I'm seeing here. I think we should go. Okay, then. And then for this, then the sidewalk, we don't have a diagram of any of that. I mean, there's a seating, but there's not really, you've got some measurement in here. But this, you need a 10-foot clear path. Okay, so that includes from the light. So I think that's, do me a favor, go to the, either grab a microphone, yeah, you have to use the microphone. And tell us your names.
Sorry, my name is Samantha, and I'm also one of the owner of the baby.
Okay,
The Central Cafe, we only doing whatever.
go,
the dining-
go back to your name again, so is your name on the application?
Yes, I'm the owner.
So what is your name?
Martha.
Oh, Martha, okay, sorry, okay, go right ahead.
So the Central Cafe, we only have, like a 2-person, dining tables will be side by side, so will be like 4 seaters, along the property. So, we actually reduced the number of seats and tables from what it was before.
Okay, what time were you closing that?
11.
What's that one before? The doors and windows before closed at 10. Okay. Anybody? Ready? Go ahead.
But some of that was a little bit hard for me to follow, so I just wanna go over and clarify that what I heard. So we're now looking out of the 12 and 2. And outside closing at 10. It was 11. I see. Okay. And how many seats were there outside now? It's still like 30 odd or something, right, 32, right. Down from 54. And inside there were 41. So, yeah, no, I have them in their original submission. So that's about 73. And 1 bathroom. Three bathrooms. There are 3 bathrooms? With 1 upstairs and 2 downstairs. Oh, there are 2 downstairs. I did not realize there's patron access to the downstairs. Yeah. So patrons can go downstairs, he's back. Yes, okay. So I'll tell you one of the things I'm concerned about. There are issues about character that I'll get to, but one thing I'm concerned about here is noise with those opening windows, right? I see marked background noise, and did I understand the TVs, will they have sound or not sound? They will have sound sometimes. They'll have sound sometimes. See, because here's the thing with those opening windows and such, like, and looking at your design for the space, this is all live surface, and it's all hard. This isn't like an upholstery place, right? And when we say background noise in this community, your background music, like we mean that if I'm walking down the street on the opposite side, I won't hear you. Right? Like I might hear a little bit if I'm walking right by your place, but not on the opposite side of the street, not 2 doors down this way or 2 doors from that way. Like that's what we mean with background music. And I'm a little bit concerned that if you have, with the design you have and with the open windows, with, you know, with televisions on things, this is going to be a very loud situation.
Yeah, on the previous license, windows and doors were closed at 9 p.m. We could all do the same.
So you close windows and doors at 9. Okay.
Yeah, hi guys. The shed that was out there on the sidewalk, is that gone?
Yeah, the shed is gone, correct?
So right now we have a clean sidewalk.
Yes.
Okay, and I just want to make sure you're taking over this place that was Loteria,
Yes.
not any, because another storefront next door, you're not taking that over.
No.
Okay. And, your application asked for 4 AM. I mean, what was, you guys are planning to have a space open till 4 AM?
No, we did look at some of the other places in the neighborhood that had 4 AM. We did add 4 AM to our application. We also have 4 AM licenses that are on other locations. But we don't operate 4 AM.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear exactly what you said. So you asked for 4 AM because you have other locations that are 4 AM, but you said something before that, I missed it.
Oh, sorry, we looked at some of the other locations in the neighborhood, and they had some 4 AM licenses.
Okay, because generally speaking, restaurants in this neighborhood are 12 and 1. Okay, so I understand if you want to be a bar until 4 AM, we have plenty of those too. So, that's what I'm just trying to delineate here between a restaurant and a bar. It could be a restaurant, generally speaking, is 12 and 1, those are the hours, the typical hours in our community. But certainly on Seventh Avenue, you folks are saying now that you, okay, not 4 AM, but 2 AM, you want 2 AM on the weekends?
Yes.
Okay, why do you need 2 AM if you're a restaurant?
Well, we're a restaurant, we're a restaurant bar, you know, we promote, our brewery, our beer that we brew in Brooklyn. So we do operate, we have a full kitchen at all our locations. And we operate as a restaurant, but also as a bar.
And what other locations are we talking about?
We have Ken and Lantern in Red Hook, in Williamsburg, and in Greenpoint.
Okay, and those are open till 4 AM?
No,
Okay,
we have a 4 AM license in Greenpoint, but we close it too.
I couldn't hear you, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. We have a 4 AM license in Greenpoint, but we close it too at the weekends.
Is that a restaurant or is that a bar? What are you doing?
It's the same concept. It's a restaurant bar, it's a brewery bar.
Is it located like this in a, you know, so this is commercial, but it's also residential?
Yes, it is.
And they had no problem with 4 AM, the community board in Greenpoint?
No,
Okay, and do you actually operate till 4 AM?
no, we do not. No.
Okay, so for the downstairs, I thought there was no patrons downstairs, so is the only use for the patrons just to use the bathroom? Is there any seating or service downstairs?
Only bathrooms.
Okay, and then just to follow up, we had a recent application here, and we were asking, they were a restaurant for 12 and 1, because within like 300 feet of your, you know, approximately 300 feet of that location is there's a sports bar open till 2 AM, there's another bar open till 2 and 4 AM, and there's another bar open till 4 AM, all within like right there. So I'm wondering why this neighborhood needs another bar later in the evening. I mean, there's this, what's unique about, I realize it's your Brooklyn stuff, but they've already got 3 late night bars within probably 2 blocks of here, 2 of them within 1 block of here, around the corner of us. So, you know, what is in the public interest of this being open till 1 and 2?
We believe we're really unique to the neighborhood. There is no other real, like, brewery tap room in the neighborhood.
The lantern is right around the corner, okay, and there's hundreds of people standing out that door, they cause them also children, right around the corner, the lantern.
The brewery?
What?
The tower, which is on Mr. Oh, today, yeah, I think that it's recently opened, yeah.
I'm just saying that they're a sports bar, they got, you know, they got sports going there all the time, so Sunday, and, you know, people live right across the street, I'm just saying in this particular area, I mean, the restaurant row is 12 and 1, I mean, would you, I keep bringing this up, but would that be something you would consider 12 and 1?
Yes, we would.
And so, I mean, just on the outside, okay, the outside chairs, now, I'm looking at it, and I'm looking at Loteria and a photograph here, and I just don't know if your diagram matches up correctly, because there's a front door to a building right in the corner here, and it looks like your chairs go right in the front building.
No, it has to be 5 feet away. It has to be 5 feet away from the front door.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I guess the diagram, like, I don't know how you can fit so many tables in a row as is in your diagram. With that front door right there, that's all, I don't know, your diagram doesn't really, or, I mean, maybe I have to blow it up, I'm not sure, but it doesn't really indicate what it certainly doesn't indicate what the front door of the building is. Yeah.
Yeah,
It was measured, and an architect, measured it and did the drawing, the table set, and we're 5 feet from the front door opening them.
Yeah,
Committee members and extend their.
Right, at the right hand, you see the show. Okay, so you're building the shag in of whatever that is, 8 and something before it gets to there? Over here. Okay. All right, so there's.
I see, so you're saying that 5 feet is marked on the right and then the door comes, but I'm still looking at the light pole, and I think that still says 8 feet clearance by the street light. Am I not, I don't have my magnifying glass. Yeah, so they've got the street light here, but I think it's 50 feet, not 10 feet, and the outdoor dining line are 8 feet from a street lamp, but if you're in a 10-foot corridor, the 10-foot corridor overrules 8 feet. I mean, it doesn't get narrower. You're in a regional corridor, so the clear path has to be 10 feet. So you don't make the clear path shorter because your guidelines say 8 feet. You have to be at least 8 feet from a street light. It doesn't mean that your clear path, do you understand what I'm saying? You know, if it's a 10-foot clear path, it still needs to be a 10-foot clear path. You don't get to actually have to be less of a clear path because it's a street light there. I think this is gonna be a problem.
You guys follow over?
Yeah.
So I mean, I think you might lose some tables due to that, and what, on the outside, yeah, and then we'll go to the public,
That's a subway.
it's a subway grade, and you have to be a foot and a half from the subway grade. But unfortunately, the city thinks people can walk up and dogs can walk on the subway. Okay, let me go to the public, because we've got from the public, okay, go ahead. Brian.
Could you clarify the passage from the upstairs down to the restrooms for the patrons? Is there a separation so that once they get downstairs, they're not walking around the kitchen?
Yeah, there's gonna be a wall there with a door. Yeah. It's gonna be set, it would be separated.
It's not shown up, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not built yet.
No.
Okay, so and so there didn't used to be patron access to the basement, I was right.
Correct. Yeah.
So you're adding a patron access down there. Okay. Okay, I'll go to the public. I've got a number of people here. Lucille DeVito, Lee Barnson, Nancy Paisley. You can all just come up and give me your name. Joe Berger, Mary Phillips. First one, go ahead. Just
Lee Hudson. So my main concern is to hear that they're wanting to reduce the hours.
at all.
Okay. I think the main thing is the number of seats outside is a lot for that corner. Having the open doors and windows, we're seeing more and more places opening up as restaurants, but really they're a restaurant / bar, which really means that they're using the open doors and windows to get access to the vibe of the inside bar scene that's going on, and that's pretty disruptive for residents. And so the open doors and windows is a problem to me, especially since those are residential buildings directly above them. And definitely it's going to impact that corner. As I think most of you know, there's already 2 pretty active bars that are literally a few feet away from that. So it's kind of turning that, it would be, if it's that kind of a thing, a bar scene, then it's going to create more of a bar strip that's going on right in that corner, which I think is going to be really a problem. So, the hours of operation, it seems like they're addressing that. It should be 12 to 1, no doubt in my mind. It's going to be a restaurant, I mean, and then it should be a restaurant. Those are the hours.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
I'm Mary Phillips. I am Vice President of the Morton Street Block Association. And I'm here with the President of the Block Association and lots of other people, my neighbors from Morton Street. I live directly across 7th Avenue. My windows overlook 7th Avenue, directly facing 29 7th Avenue South, where this restaurant will be. So I will be directly affected by the noise rising from that restaurant and from the sidewalk seats. When we first learned about this application, all of us in the community, and I talked to many people, were just aghast at the hours that they were requesting. We reached out to the owners, and they did agree to meet with us, and we met with them yesterday. And we had a very nice conversation. They seemed quite open to hearing about our concerns. But what struck me was that they seemed completely unfamiliar with the neighborhood. They did not seem to realize what a residential neighborhood it is. And that their frame of reference in talking about the hours that they had set, and they were talking about 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. at that point. They said, well, they set these hours because that was standard for the neighborhood. Well, they were comparing themselves to the 2 bars on the corner. But yet they claim to be a restaurant. We would love to have a nice family restaurant there. We really would. The restaurants on that block and the block just south of them, not one of them is open later than 11, and that's including weekends. The restaurants in our neighborhood close early. The bars are open late, and we are saturated with those bars. We are tortured by those bars at night. The noise that they cause spilling out onto 7th Avenue South is really horrendous. We do not need another one. We're also concerned about the TVs. It sounds like a sports bar. They don't want to call themselves a sports bar. But I think that if they really want to accommodate themselves to the neighborhood and create a restaurant that we can all enjoy, they might cut down on the TVs, definitely cut down on the outdoor seating, and close much earlier than they're proposing. 11 o'clock on weeknights and midnight on weekends would suit me just fine. If it's a little later, that may be okay.
So they've said 12 and 1, is that you can?
I could live with that. I don't know how my neighbors feel. I see some of them shaking their heads, so.
Okay, so that's not.
Clarify the hours again.
Basically 12 o'clock Sunday through Thursday and 1 o'clock Friday and Saturday is what Cormac, go ahead.
Although I also just want to point out that they are asking for late hours on the sidewalk. If they want to go open till 11 and not the usual day, that is usual.
Well, they told us in the meeting we had with them that they would agree to 10 for the sidewalk.
Okay, good to know.
Maybe they'll change their minds. I just feel that we do not need another bar. As somebody said, it's becoming a bar strip there. That's what we don't need. And we want to keep our neighborhood the way it is. And we would like a nice early restaurant there. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy, please, well, anybody else who's here to speak up, come on.
Oh, thank you, Donna. My name is Nancy Paisley. I'm representing the West Village Residents Association, and we are here to support the Morton Street Block Association in opposition to this application. This is a sports bar. 3 big TVs, asking to be open until very late. They've cut that back, but they're still open late. The Lotteria, well, I know they've had later stipulations, but in fact, they closed at 10 during the week and 11 Fridays and Saturdays. That's a restaurant. This is a bar and a sports bar with 3 big screen TVs. And it wasn't clear to me where they are on the diagram. Are they visible from the sidewalk?
I'll go through that again. I'm not.
Yeah, so. One of that is,
Use the microphone, please.
Yeah, from the drawings, it seems to me, that both of these will be visible from the sidewalk as you walk by, but one of them is in the back behind the bar. So as you walk by the sidewalk, you will see it in the distant back of the place. The other one is beside the bar here, so you'll see it this way as you walk. If you're walking in, in a particular direction, you'll see it oblique like that. There's a perpendicular sidewalk.
Well, here is my whole comment, and thank you for that. What we have seen, and this is just common sense, people go to a sports bar to cheer and to shout and to groan, and to cheer when their team is doing well, to groan when it's not doing well. That's part of the fun. That's why you go to a sports bar rather than call it a bar where you go to just drink or socialize. And that results in an enormous amount of noise, not only inside, but out on the sidewalk, if the people on the sidewalk are watching the action, which they will be, if the TVs are visible. That's why they're there. We do not need yet another noisy sports bar. And even if the windows are closed, the noise from this kind of an establishment is huge. It comes right through the glass. A sidewalk seating is permitted here as long as it's 10-foot clearance. Lotteria had a permit for an unenclosed cafe. The enclosure they put up was not kosher because it was covering half a dozen animals.
That's not there, so we don't get.
But they're not, okay, so that's not coming up. But we support Morton Street and we oppose this. We think this should be denied. We think this should be a restaurant, not a bar. Thank you.
Okay. Next.
Okay, I got it. Sorry, that's pretty, my name is Joel Berger. I've been a lawyer for the past more than 50 years. For more than half of that time, my wife and I have lived at 32 Morton Street on the 6th floor with our windows directly facing the establishment that used to be known as La Lotteria, but not really. We were very frequent patrons of that establishment. We really liked them a lot. We've had a very extensive food menu, not this just tiny bar food type menu that they're proposing in their filing. And most important of all, contrary to people said to you, Lotteria did not have TVs, and it certainly did not have 55-inch and 70-inch TVs. Not at all. I don't remember if there was any TV there at all. If there was, there might have been one small one over the car. I don't remember. So let's call this what it is. That's the last speak we did, which the application oddly was not. It's a sports bar. I mean, I'm reminded of the old joke. It looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, walks like a duck. It's a duck. That's what this is. It's a sports bar. And we know altogether too well what sports bars are like. As the last speaker said, I'm a big sports fan. And sometimes I'm watching bars, although I much prefer to watch with friends at home. But of course, it's extremely noisy, it's extremely loud, it's worse than Village Tavern and Bandits, the new places around the corner. It's more like Judy Z's a block away. And Judy Z's is an absolute nightmare. I don't know how that passed us. The previous place on that establishment was relatively quiet, and all of a sudden there was Judy Z's, and it was bedlam. I mean, and this has nothing to do with the closing hours. I want to make that clear. 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, it can be earlier. That wouldn't be able to make a darn bit of difference to me. The important thing is that it's a sports bar, and sports bars are extremely noisy. I mean, I walk my dog past Judy Z's all the time. And believe me, it's nothing to do with the closing hours. I've had Dodge huge crowds on the sidewalk in the middle of the afternoon on Saturdays and Sundays when there are football games. Just a few nights ago, there was a huge crowd at around 7 o'clock. The next game is about to begin. This has nothing to do with the closing time. Closing time, to me, I don't care what time they all get closed. It's a sport bar. But we did not need another noisy bar like that around the corner. And the one thing I would like to add that the other speakers have not mentioned so far, maybe I'm being a little bit too lawyer-like, relying on what lawyers call precedent, but I mean, there is a very important precedent here. And it's not from 5 or 7 years ago, it's from 9 days ago. It's the opinion you put out with respect to 28 7th Avenue South. And that opinion speaks of the fact that there are 3 establishments within 300 feet, namely those Tavern, Bandits, and Judy Z's. This place would be actually closer, at least to Bandits and those Tavern, and it will be roughly about the same distance from Judy Z's. And you also mentioned, in addition to that, how many other bars there are in the neighborhood, within close distance, and how many, how that affects the quality of life. And you wrote extensively about this and very eloquently, and it passed, I think, almost unanimously, 30-1. Now, unlike the legal system, you aren't absolutely bound by your prior precedents, but I think it's certainly something that has to be very seriously taken into consideration. I mean, what you have said in this resolution about 28 7th Avenue South applies with full force and even greater to these folks because it's a sports bar with huge TVs. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't care what time they offer to close. This thing is not going to be denied. But we would like, we miss Lateria. We would like a real restaurant to replace Lateria, not a sports bar.
Thank you. Lucio?
I'll make it brief. Okay. I'll make it brief. I had a conversation with the proprietors here.
Do me one favor, please step up to my microphone and down just a little so that I can get it.
Thank you very much. I'm a little disappointed. I didn't realize that there were large TV screens and I didn't look at the application carefully enough. I did have a conversation with them and I don't have much faith left after talking to them because they told me one thing and did totally the opposite when they approached the board. As you said, sports bar, it sure does scream loud. And I live in back of them and I have a particular.
Just come closer to the microphone, please.
Oh, sorry. I have a bunch of names here from the building that they are opposed to also. So I'm gonna hand this to you.
And which building was that?
This is 10 Morton Street.
Okay.
Maybe you wanna go over the Gansevoort on 14th Street.
No.
Sports bar, But we are a residential community. We'd like to keep it that way. There's enough noise out there, keeping us all up late at night. We don't need another one. We really don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anybody else? Still ready? Did you go on? Okay, you'll fill it out when you're done. You have to come close to the. Let's start with your name.
My name is Lisa Terrace, and I'm the president of the Warren City Bar Association. And when we met with these folks yesterday, one thing that they were very proud to say was that they wanted to be a family style restaurant. But a venue that prides itself on great beers and cocktails doesn't seem to me to be much of a family restaurant. It's really something else, it's something that encourages people to really want to drink. And you don't generally take your kids with you when you go to drink. Not like, you know, understand later. They also said that, that the windows would be closed. However, I don't think that's going to be the case. It doesn't sound like today. And if they have an outdoor seating, what's the good of having windows and doors that are closed when there are servers who have to come in and out of the and open the doors and close the doors? It's just very, very loud and noisy, and it keeps on coming out into the streets. So I would hope that the board rejects this restaurant bar because the president. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And just fill out the speaker part for me so I have it up. Correct. Are we done with the, you don't have any questions for the public, right? And I'm done with public speakers on this application, I believe. Okay, you can come back on.
Oh, do you folks want to say anything before I start asking you? Sorry.
You can raise that forward.
You know, if you want to respond to anything before I say.
Sorry, I just want to clarify. We are not a sports bar per se. We make beer and we want to serve beer. So we do not fall into a bar or a restaurant. We're a brewery. So we put TVs for entertainment in the bar, but it's not going to be on the forefront of our restaurant. Like if you guys can see the renderings, does it look like a sports bar? I don't think so. All we want is to have what La Tortilla has. La Tortilla has under license, windows and doors close at 9, weekdays were at 12 a.m. and then the weekend was 2 a.m. And that's what we're asking. And we are willing to negotiate with the community in response. I also have a photo I just found on Google. La Tortilla has a TV, similar concept like us. It's a mirror TV behind the bar. And there was a projector that is still there. We didn't remove the projector.
Thank you. So, I mean, look, on this whole sports bar thing, like respectfully, I've just been online and you describe yourself as a rooftop and sports bar in multiple places in your online presence. So, you know, it's not the worst thing in the world. Sports bar is part of your thing. I understand what you're saying. You're a different kind of sports bar, but you're a sports bar. I love also your menu, which is a very limited menu, burgers, beans, that sort of thing. It's not really a full restaurant, what I would consider a restaurant situation. But what I want to ask you about are two things I'm seeing online. First thing is all day happy hours with $4 beers and wine and well liquor. And then the other thing is a lot of private parties and things. And I was hoping you could talk to us about those, how that works and how often and stuff.
Okay, sure. So we do not have all the happy hours, but currently like a happy hour at 2 locations is a $6 beer between 4 and 6. That's the happy hour, and it's only on beer. It's not only online or anything like that. I understand that online, when we check our locations, we do see a little bit more sports bar. However, with keeping the city in mind, the location was Village, we didn't think it needed another sports bar with Village Tavern is right there. So we cannot compete with Village Tavern because like it is screens. We know people are not gonna come towards sports for us. However, we do want to provide these for entertainment just behind the bar. Oh, and private events. We do get inquiries for some private events, usually it's like a buyout event. Most of them are for larger parties. I don't know how it will work here because we only have like 40-person seating. So we usually have them, like a buyout, minimum spend situation. I'm not sure what that will mean for this location or how we will get these parties.
And how many of those would you anticipate a year?
We get them a lot at kind of the starting location. However, a full buyout, I think we have like 2 maybe.
2 a year or something?
There's one last year and one like this year.
Okay. And then, the other thing, you describe yourself as a brewery. Well, if I remember your materials correctly, you're not doing on-site brewing in this location, right?
Yes, this is fine.
Do you serve beer by the pitcher?
We serve at the other locations, but for this one location, we didn't will need because it's small location.
Right, so no beer by the pitcher. Okay. All right, thank you.
So you just said no pictures at this location. And, okay, and then the seating outside, there's, they're just 2 tops or 4 tops, you put them together.
It's 2 tops that are put together.
So it's 4.
Yes.
So there won't be like bigger tables with 8 people sitting together or parties outside, that kind of thing. And then, there won't be speakers outside. There won't be speakers by the open windows to face.
We're not changing any sound or anything, that whatever was there, we're not touching. Yeah, there's no speakers, they're just like there.
And you said you would close the windows at 9.
Right, so I have a copy of a current license. Yes. I can show you.
I'm just gonna say, that's great you brought that, but to what the gentleman was saying, they may have had to use a, and then they had a full menu. It wasn't. This is has a light menu, it's more tavern food. And it's a bar, it's more of a, I mean, you're a brewery, there's nothing wrong with that, but I'm just going to, it's, at this location, when there are bars right there, I think what you hear from the people that live around there is they want a really good restaurant, not a fancy restaurant necessarily, but a full menu restaurant, which is what they were, so just trying to see, just get the other things in place. So 9 o'clock will close the windows. And 10 o'clock for the outside.
Yes.
Because we're not. Okay. Okay, does anybody else may have anything? Okay. Oh, the back. Well, they walk down to the back and do all the wall there so that it's.
The bathroom just looks through the floor plans. They look like it's not even, looks like it's an open work area.
Yeah.
Meaning it looks like it's a work area with access to walk in, et cetera. Is that?
Yeah.
Stairs here. Walk there. Get there. Right here. Get this one back, that's the bathrooms and then this is all of this. So those are the bathroom sinks in the main program. Sinks.
does it. Thank you.
Can I say something? If this truly is not,
Lucille, just give me one thing, speaking to us, if you want, come up, use the microphone and we'll
Okay.
get going, so just do
Okay.
it quickly,
All right.
just, but
if this truly is not a sports bar that's gonna be opened up and they're claiming to be a restaurant, their hours really should be closing 11 o'clock during the week and 11 o'clock on the weekend, like every other restaurant in the area. Yes, they want to promote their beer, that's great, but if you're a restaurant, you're a restaurant.
okay, thank you. Okay. Thank you. Okay, give me 1 second. It's 10 West, West 10 West. West 10 West, is anybody here for that one here?
Hello, my name is Tanner Floyd. I am the general manager of West 10 West. Unfortunately, my legal counsel is not present this evening. However, I am happy to speak to you on my report and do my best to answer your questions. I'm here to ask the community board support for our application for the dining out NYC program for both a sidewalk cafe and a roadbed cafe. This is an alteration to the existing application for which we spoke at a meeting in January for this community board. We are a small restaurant. We have 23 seats indoors. We are applying for 10 outdoors. Excuse me. That would be 4 on the sidewalk and an additional 6 in the roadbed cafe. We offer local cocktails and wine lists focused on natural wines with international fare small plates. I want to point out that we do not allow guests to join us for drinks only. We are specifically a restaurant, and so we ask all of our patrons to join us for both drinks and dinner. And that we always vacate the premises by 11 p.m. I will leave that alone and take questions.
All right, so I'll start with, I think that was one of the issues that was raised in January, the hours are 10 p.m. Sunday to Wednesday, so.
Okay, could you speak to that? That's the license.
That's the stipulations that were signed. Are 10 p.m.
Okay, of course. The commitments previously made.
The commitment,
Sure,
right.
sure, absolutely. That's it.
And that's what we reiterated also, that. And, all right. So that's what time it should be closing, with all patrons out and every day, shut down. So what, why don't you go through exactly what the application is? How many tables, how many seats, where are you putting them?
Of course, and so this material has been submitted, to the NYC dining out program.
It's been submitted to DOT?
Yes, that's
And
correct.
so do you have the drawings you submitted to DOT?
Yes, I have a copy right here.
Okay, and could you send those to us? But I'd like to see them. It would have been good to have those.
Yes, I apologize. I'll be sure that these are distributed to you as well. And so,
So, okay, so we have a copy of this. But it doesn't show. It doesn't show the street where it doesn't, I'd be surprised if DOT even accepts this because they're asking for a full. They want to see the street width, they want to see any obstacles, they want to see the tree pit,
of
they
course,
want to see all the measurements on there. None of that's on here.
so, I don't interrupt. They have accepted that. We have submitted everything. It has been accepted and, the information we received from DOT, yesterday was that it is for its public comments.
Can you tell us what the distance is from the outer part of the roadbed dining to the white line across the street?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question from the outer?
The outside part of your outdoor dining, what the measurement is from that to the white line across the street, which is the parking lane.
I do not know that information off the top of my head.
Okay, so that's a requirement on that measurement of the outdoor dining. Is the emergency lane.
Sir,
Do you know what that distance is supposed to be?
no, I do not know that off the top.
It's supposed to be 15 feet. So it doesn't seem to meet that, and the buses regularly use that, correct?
That's correct.
And how wide is the bus, how wide is that space, that's the information we'd like to know. Those are across from the police station, the bomb squad. I'm personally, riding my bike, cars get stuck there all the time. It's not enough passage, and this just seems like it further interrupts that with the roadbed dining being not having that 15-foot emergency lane.
Of course, I will point out there is existing roadbed dining in other areas of that street. And so it's clear that there is passage that's been accepted to a certain.
Well, none of, we haven't, the program just started, nobody's submitted any applications yet to it. So it's under the temporary program.
Of course, I apologize for that.
Right, so I mean, so the diagram that and the city won't even respond to us at this point. We haven't received any of the applications yet. But it just seems like the measurements, that doesn't meet the requirements for the cities laid out. So it would seem to me that this application to us is premature because you don't have approved outdoor dining set up yet.
Of course, I apologize for that. I'm certain that
It's not to apologize, it just seems premature because one of the requirements to submission to the liquor authorities is approved plans or not approved plans, but an approved application for the outdoor dining, which you don't have yet.
Of course. So I know that if DOT comes back to us with anything indicating that this is not possible, then of course, drop this.
Yeah, but you can't make our application.
Right.
Right. I mean, we need that in order to submit to the liquor authority. Okay, and so in that roadbed, it's just in front of your building, it doesn't go to the next building.
Correct.
You're gonna be split, you're gonna cut it off, what's there right now,
Yes,
it's gonna be cut
that is
and
correct.
moved because you need 3 feet in there. between.
Yes, that is correct.
So once you do that, you're not gonna be able to fit 3 tables in there, because the way it's set up right now, you have 3 tables in there. And they go edge to edge. So once you take 1.5 feet out of that, I don't see how the 3 tables are going there.
I believe the measurements reflect the 3 feet of space that will be put in between the existing structures there.
But I looked at the existing structure that's there that doesn't have the 3 feet of space. And the tables are edge to edge on the side. So if you cut that existing structure and take 1.5 feet out of it, it doesn't look like there's any room. I'm just telling you, it doesn't look like there's any room for 3 tables in there, since there's room for 3 tables now, edge to edge. But you don't have any space between your dining shed and the tea shop next to you is one.
Certainly, yeah, and if that is the case, then for that. Removes that does not fit, then we'll of course change that to fit in your seats there.
And then what about the tree pit and the 8-foot clear path that's needed around the tree pit?
Of course, so there is 8 feet clearance from the tree pit to the building. And if we need to gain extra inches there, I know there was recently seating that was added around that tree pit that can easily be.
Well, first of all, the seeding needs to go from around the tree pit so the full tree can live. It needs water, it needs air, it doesn't need wood on top of it, which is what's sitting there now. And seeding is not allowed to be there. In fact, I think your roadbed is supposed to be 1 foot or something away from the tree. It's not supposed to touch the trees. The trees actually are supposed to be respected, those trees, not as benches for people to sit. So, so I think that your 8 feet from the building is one thing, but when you have your seats there and people need to walk. And the tree pit is here and your seats are here, I don't think that diagonal is going to give 8 feet for people. So I think that's gonna be another problem, and all the service needs to happen within your sidewalk cafe. It doesn't, I don't know if we're able to do that with what you have here.
I take your point.
Because you can't serve on the sidewalk. You have to serve inside the roadbed, and you have to serve inside the sidewalk cafe area. And so I think it's you don't have a lot of room in that window.
Of course, I believe it's 3.5 feet, but I might take it.
Okay. And so, and then I don't even know, here's what that happened, so, the last thing is that outdoor is 10 o'clock. I mean, your hours are 10 o'clock, so the first thing would be for you to start complying with the stipulations that were signed and close at 10 o'clock, Sunday to Wednesday. That was the agreement that was made when the restaurant opened, and it was 11 o'clock. The outdoor dining should close at 10.
Yeah, so I apologize, I know that you weren't here last time, your boss was here. Know that, like, one of the main points was that we can't really approve going forward anything until we come into compliance with current regs. But I have a question for you, could you just show me which of these infills is yours?
I'm sorry.
Which of these infills is yours? Right?
This right-hand side, the western side of 240.
Okay, so you have a hatch, a sidewalk hatch in front,
That is correct.
and then that tree pole comes a little bit in front of your shop door into your building line, right?
Into the building line about, I believe it's just shy of 18 inches.
I see. Okay, so you're gonna put, or you propose to put sidewalk seating
Over top of the hatch, which was
on
signed
that?
off. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
But what did you say about the 18 inches with the tree pit? It overlaps the property line?
Into the door, right?
Into the property.
Right. That's about
And he said that, they plan to put the sidewalk seating on top of the metal hatch doors.
Yes, it has to be, because there's no place else for it to go, but I still want to put there, and the hatch has to be secure. Okay, is there anybody here from the public on this? I don't know. Yeah.
Thank you, Donna, Nancy Paisley again. I guess it's regrettable that the principal, Mr. Ryan, is not here, who has spoken before, and spoke to us before the place opened and told us a whole string of fairy tales that he had no intention of complying with, which I don't know if I need to rehearse the whole sorry history of this place. No, you don't want to hear it. But of course, you will remember that we went through it in January when he came here asking for an OP upgrade, which he had sworn he would never get, asked for, and of course was turned down. With that in mind, I don't know that we can even trust this diagram. I have to agree, and I think I said this when this got laid over last month, that I do not think there's enough space on the 12-foot sidewalk for these two tables and a place for a server to squeeze in. And I think the roadbed situation is very questionable for the reasons that you have articulated. And furthermore, I don't think bad behavior should be rewarded. But just to speak to the merits, I don't think either the sidewalk or the roadbed qualifies under the rules. So I would request that you recommend denial. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anything you want to?
I would just, in response, ask that if, I obviously understand the point, but this can't be considered until it's approved by DOT, that plan, and to take it on its merits then. If DOT says that this is in compliance with the amount of space that's needed for any of that, that we have to support. That would be all.
I mean, I'm gonna just have to go back and look at, you've got 3.5 feet with the tables, and I don't know how you get the tables and service in that area. And regardless of what DOT says, the rule says that you have to serve inside that area, so I think it's imperative that you look at the rules and make sure that you're able to comply with them. Thanks.
Thank
Yeah.
Can you clarify the process for the application drive to and roadbed time? Because what I'm understanding here is that they apply to DOT first, and then come to you.
As we understand it, and so the liquor authority needs to see the approved plans that are submitted to DOT and approved by DOT.
And you guys? The same thing.
Right,
Yeah,
yes.
go to DOT first, and then there's no hearing yet.
Yeah, I mean, we'll, in theory, yes, they apply to DOT and we need to see their plans.
Are we allowed to ask for a hearing at DOT? Or are we allowed
For the
to-
sidewalks, there is
The whole process that's outlined. See, site, the applications first go to DOT, then they'll approach the community boards, and then the community board makes a recommendation for sidewalks, they can request a hearing or not. Roadbeds, there isn't a hearing, and then it goes back to DOT.
Okay, so we really need to get feet over to DOT to change.
Nobody knows how it will work for us because we haven't received any referrals despite the application window having been open for over 2 months.
Yeah.
Apparently, they haven't deemed any of the applications complete. We have 40 days from when they're referred to us to respond to DOT.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, the next application. Just give me 1 second to see. Okay. Why don't I take 115, Christopher? Is that 115 Christopher Street, New York? Okay. Yes.
Joseph Levy here on behalf of Christopher Street Hospitality LLC. I have with me the principal on the application. Luke, introduce yourself real quick.
Hi, Lou Pascal. Okay, so I've, my family is in the restaurant business my whole life. I've owned 2 places.
in the past in Chelsea. And we hope we'll bring, sort of that same mentality into this location, Christopher Street. We understand the history of the street, and we really wanted to build on that for the community. And we're looking to have an American style restaurant with, seafood and steaks. And just hope to, do good for the community and build on what is there already in the legacy of Christopher Street.
So let me just ask them, what are the places in Chelsea?
We had a place called Chuck and Blade, which is a steakhouse. And then we had a place around the corner called Buns Bar, which was a burger bar. And we got kind of famous for our milkshakes that we served there.
Were you the principal or no?
Yeah, I was a partner in the.
So your name was on the license?
In Chelsea, yes.
Yes. Okay.
And prior to that, I worked with a group called Arc Restaurants.
What was it called?
Arc.
Okay. Okay.
My father was one of the founding members there, and I'm currently still doing the marketing with them.
Okay.
But excited about this project.
Okay. Thanks.
So the application before you, it's gonna be a sale of assets. It's an on-premise license. It's the old hangar space on Christopher Street. Been there for over 30 years, non-500-foot rural space. Luke is looking, as you've heard, to do a restaurant bar there. There's a menu included, generally gonna keep the layout of the space the same, just give it a little bit of a facelift and infuse some new life into it. We are looking to operate the space with the same hours and general method of operation as it has been operated for over 30 years. Some differences, first of all, there's no outdoor dining here, so I think we may have checked that box early when we thought about it, but there will be none. What's that? We have no idea what this is gonna look like when we get in there, so we're tabling it entirely. Maybe we'll do it one day, maybe we won't, but certainly not now. It's background music only here. We were able to collect some signatures in the neighborhood, which we'll see about 50 signatures or so, a bunch on Christopher Street. And again, bar and food concept, background music. We know the space that has been operating there for 30+ years, did have a DJ sometimes, had loud music, had some of that stuff. We are not doing that. This is very much background music, food, bar, pretty much keeping the same method of operation otherwise.
And so there's windows in the front that open.
Yes, I think we said we're gonna close down earlier. I don't know if we said 10 or 11, but happy to
10.
for you guys. 10 is fine.
Okay. And the hours are 12 to 4.
Correct.
Okay. I think that's it for my questions right now. Does anybody, any lines, are they gonna go, should there be a line to get in there? The theater is there, so that's the reason I'm raising that issue. I mean, I would like to think there won't be a line because
Yeah,
we have to make sure it's not lines.
We're gonna keep the frontage clear. There's gonna be security personnel here. Half of their instructions are going to be to make sure the frontage is clear.
Okay.
There'll be a reservation system. We'll do whatever we need to do to keep that frontage clear and try to bring as many people inside.
So do you operate without a reservation or is it just?
No, it'll be just as needed just to manage the front of the space. They certainly don't want doing lines outside.
And so you'll do an electronic reservation system if you have to do something
I can't
like
tell
that.
you which one quite yet, but they're gonna employ whatever tactics they need to make sure they keep it clean.
Okay, that's it for my questions on that. Hey, no.
Thank you, Carmen. I don't see any prices.
Just 1 second, because Katie Woodenaro, legislation's on.
Yeah, thank you, sorry. So I don't see any prices on your menu. What's the typical check going to be? What do you expect?
What we discussed was sort of an average checkpoint. This is not gonna be a very high-end place. It's not gonna be a very cheap place. They'll be right in the middle. Prices, though, they haven't decided yet.
Well, what do you consider average?
we're hoping to have like a 30 to 40 check average, depending on drinking or not. You know, we will be serving, you know, hopefully very nice and delicious dishes, you know, salmon and steak. So, you know, the price is range, but we want to be approachable to the neighborhood.
Okay. I have two more questions. The hangar often has a rope, or historically has a rope on the sidewalk with a lot of smokers. So what are you going to do about that?
No, we're not.
Okay. Cute, okay. And the last thing is I looked at your signatures, and you have many signatures from 95 Christopher, which is way down the block. I don't see any signatures from 115 or from the many residents right across the street. I saw one at 114. So what have you done about community outreach? Closer by 95 Christopher Street is far away.
Yeah, I know they've had people outside the front of the space, walking around the neighborhood for a number of days out there, and it's because they were.
We also posted signage in the neighborhood. We had, you know, I believe we had 1.4 people collecting signatures. I think it was just luck of the draw, unfortunately.
So you didn't talk to Elaine Goodman, who's the head of the block association?
She may have gotten an email, but I think we sent out.
Okay. Okay. Carmine?
Yeah, so are you saying that there are existing French windows, operable windows?
We're not touching the frontage, so whatever's there is there.
Okay, because I know you said before there were windows that we couldn't check. But there are windows. Yeah. Right.
We're not touching.
Right.
We're not changing on, if they don't open, you're not changing anything, if they're there, you'll listen.
Because the questionnaire said that you would have.
Okay, so Bob is saying they do not open, whether they're operable or not, they do not open, so they will not be on. Okay.
Okay. The other thing is the floor plan. It looks to me like there is door that goes from the bar into the residential entrance to the apartments upstairs.
I'm not aware of there being a connection. Which door are you talking about?
Well, if you look at the plans, at the very top, where it says, next to it says hall existing.
Yeah.
If I understand correctly, that is actually the entrance to the residential space above. You go to the elevator right there, or through that door to the stairs, they go up and down. And it looks to me like there's a door from the bar area into the residential passageways.
Indicated, I think, with like an emergency.
Yeah, that may be
exit.
emergency, yes, yeah.
Okay, so that'll be a wired emergency exit, like a fire.
Wired, but it's certainly.
Have a fire bar on it or
Yeah, it's
something
gonna be
like that.
All right. And then the other thing is, I was interested in your description of it as, and sorry, was it Lucas? Yeah. Oh, I don't always remember what people say their name, or mine, anyway. And what you're having for a neighborhood, there's a sort of a neighborhood bar, low-key and things, and I don't know the answer to this, but I'm just gonna lay out what troubles me about it, is that the reason, one of the reasons that this location still has and was still for is because members of the SLA have held to us that that historically gay bars were of cultural importance and cultural landmarks that needed to be given wider berth and consideration as an important factor in the community interest to keep them. Absent an element, I'm not sure that 4 AM makes any sense at this location. When I look at the nature of the block and I look at what's going on there, it seems to me like, I get that it's a bar concept and not a restaurant, so I'm not sitting here going 11 and 12, like, you know, we were talking before, but we don't, I mean, 4 AM licenses are the latest licenses in the state of New York. As to my mind, they're for road houses, they're in the middle of nowhere, they're for things that are in industrial districts. we used to have a lot of them back when meatpacking was really meatpacking before gentrified, right? The Emporium license at this location, Christopher, I realize it existed, but it seems to me that if it hadn't been a gay bar, it would not have been. And so I'm sort of troubled about what to do about that. And the impact of the bar.
Yeah, it's a fair comment, and, you know, obviously there's an element of speculation there. As a non-500-foot case and a sale of assets, and obviously the plan is to maintain a certain inclusiveness in the space, so that will continue. Can I tell you with a straight face that this is going to continue as a bar moving forward? No, I wouldn't do that. But certainly sale of assets, non-500-foot case, we wouldn't be coming before you seeking a 4AM license on Christopher Street in a space that did not have a pre-existing use like that. So, you know, it was an interesting space to have.
Okay,
The other thing that I would add is our prior location in Chelsea, it's in a very gay-friendly neighborhood. And, you know, we're hoping that a bunch of our clients from over there will join us out here as well. So it's all inclusive, no judgment.
just, and then I'm gonna go to the public, because we're enough of the people from the public here. With the food, are you serving a lighter menu after a certain time? I'm presuming that, you know, you're not gonna serve the salmon until.
No, and there will be food at all hours, but it will drop to a
Like a lighter.
menu at a certain point.
Okay, okay, let me go to the public. Okay, so I have Nancy Paisley, Mary Redding, Muna, I can't read the last name, St. Okay, so you can all.
Okay, thank you. I think I can be pretty quick here. Certainly this block of Christopher could use an upgrade, and I'm very happy to hear Mr. Pascal's restaurant background, because it was a blank on the application. I would like to hear, just out of paranoia, a specific assurance from the applicant that A10 Sugarman is in no way, shape, or form involved in this, because his name had come up on an earlier application. I would agree with Cormac that earlier hours would be more acceptable. And I see in the application a plan to, in fact, install operable windows on the street. The windows now do not open. And I would prefer that that not happen. No, that's not gonna happen.
No, they're not changing anything. They say, no, the stipulations will say no operable windows.
I'm just following.
No,
I'm sorry, I was in the application.
No.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, Mary Redding?
Hello, I just have a couple of issues. I live at 115 Christopher Street on the 5th floor. I've lived there since 2006. I've lived in the village since 97 in the area. I believe they started off their presentation with saying they wanted to open something to stay culturally similar to what was there, or celebrate the neighborhood, which is Christopher Street is the gayest street in the neighborhood. And I was just curious, I don't believe they said they're going to be a gay restaurant or gay bar restaurant, or they have a gay owner. Curious about that. Additionally, being on the 5th floor, when the hangar bar was there all the years, you could hear the music coming up through the walls to the 5th floor. And they were open until 2, 3, 4 in the morning pre-COVID. Once COVID hit, they closed earlier around midnight, but you could still hear that music loud, loud, loud. And I noticed on their application that they're still going to continue using the same sound system as the hangar. They had no plans to change that, and they also had no plans to add additional soundproofing. Even though I believe our condo board members, the directors, met with their attorneys and requested this, but they are not offering to do that. Additionally, Christopher Street is like a canyon. So if there are allowed patrons coming outside of their bar restaurant at any hours, that just wafts right out. Cigarette smoke wafts out into our windows and the noise. I have a toddler who has a front bedroom. Regarding that stairwell question, I'm curious about that as well. Because if they're having a bar restaurant on the ground floor and they have a little portion of our basement that the residents share, they will have to walk through our stairwell, through our garbage room, to get to their portion of the basement, which means they also will have access to our elevator through an exit fire door that doesn't ring, to our elevator to the residents and to our residents' fire stairwell that's inside. So, I guess that's it, but with the hangar, we always had issues with sometimes the patrons cutting through the garbage area into our lobby to exit the building. There are hours that are on the application are 12 to 4 a.m. That's kind of insane for a restaurant. I was previously a restaurant owner. My restaurant just closed 2 weeks ago, Mary's Fish Camp in the West Village, and I just know a restaurant should close at 11. That's all I got. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, and then, Mary? Can you just explain a little bit more about the patrons cutting through the lobby?
So when you walk through the hangar, there's a bar on the right. But if you continue straight on the left, there's an emergency door there for the hangar bar. That door leads into our garbage area. There's no independent stairwell that I know of.
So if you come in that door, the stairs that go down, is that where the garbage area is? Because it looks like there's the elevator and then the stairs go down to the.
When it was a bar, it was just an emergency exit for the hangar. And people would come through, or the hangar bar workers would come through our garbage area in order to access that second set of stairs to the basement, which they have like the back portion of, where the hangar bar had offices. And I can guess maybe stored beverages, I'm not sure. I'm just curious how they're gonna get deliveries using our communal area.
Why did the hangar use this? So this was an emergency door that they were using for service, is that what you're saying?
I don't think the hangar, well, for work purposes, yes,
Okay, so an emergency exit, which they were then using
to access their office.
okay, and is there any other way to get from the hangar without using the emergency exit?
I've never been to the very back of the hangar. I don't believe they have individual stairwell, but
And so they go through a residential area in the basement, which is used for what?
it's a garbage area. And then from that garbage area where there's garbage cans, 2, 3 garbage cans, you go to a second set of stairs down to the basement, and down there is our water heaters, our electrical.
So what was the hangar using that downstairs area for?
They have, let's say, the back third of the basement. I don't know, the door's locked. I assume offices. But, you know, even the hangar bar, when they were there, they had an issue because they also had a kitchen, which I'm not sure they were cooking. And they weren't paid Con Ed, so they tapped our water lines to get hot water for their business for years until we caught them. It's just really shady. So I don't think they have their own stairwell access to their portion of the basement. They're going to be using ours.
So the only people that would be accessing or did access were people that worked for the hangar and not patrons or anything of that sort. So it was people that worked
Occasional
there.
patron, I think, would go down there. It's
Okay, but it wasn't designed for patrons, but it was being used for service or to get down to those rooms down in the sub basement because they had offices there. Any other reason?
not that I know.
Okay, so they didn't take your trash down and anything of that sort. Yes.
We're not sure.
Okay.
Yes, okay.
Thank you. Luna? Sam? Hi. Hi.
I'm gonna say, this is my husband, Chris Gray. We live upstairs at 115 Christopher Street. We're on the 4th floor, 1 floor below Mary. And it's a residential building. I've been there since 1988, when it was converted. I was one of the earliest owners there. And Hangar was, I did not realize that I did not sleep well for 30 years. And then during COVID, I was like, oh my God, and I can sleep now. And it went on till 2, 3, we did have a phone number to call down. And I would wait till midnight, even though I sleep earlier, go to bed earlier. We would call down. Sometimes they would answer, sometimes they would lower the noise. As we understand, actually, this application is different from what we were given, which we discovered actually. I don't think anybody in the building knew about this proposition. There was no reach out to us. And so we are seeing this and dealing with this really like right now. Is it a restaurant? Is it a gay bar? Is it a bar? Is it gonna go on till 4 a.m.? 7 days a week, which seems very excessive. And the security that you've addressed and Mary addressed has always been a problem because it does, our elevators don't have locks to our floors. And so then it made it possible for them to access our floors directly into our landing. And the basement usage, because they keep the door locked, we never really knew what was going on. We did see things being moved up and down there, beverages, supplies, because it was not operated as a restaurant before, so we're concerned about what kind of sanitation, sinks, dishwashers, prep area, all of that. And it does not seem that the application right now addresses that to give us any answers.
So, I will say this, this application is a little different than most, in that so we have in New York, when there's a new liquor license for an on-premise liquor license, the application, 99 times out of 100 is you need to establish a public interest. And the burden is on the applicant to do that. It's called the 500-foot rule. We've been discussing it here tonight. You heard maybe you heard at the very beginning, an application, they were saying, well, there's nothing within 500 feet because we're up on the 9th floor or something of that sort. And therefore, the rule or the law that was created in like 1990, something, 93. Okay, so this is a fairly new law. I mean, you and I probably. It's new to the extent, so this location, the hangar, existed before. Okay, and the law before was 4 a.m., everybody can have 4 a.m. That's what New York City allowed, okay? So as a result of them being in existence before, they have a pre-existing condition and they're not subject to the 500 rule. And this lawyer is very experienced. He knows exactly what's going on. So it doesn't mean that nobody cares, okay? Because clearly we do care, okay? And we know the tenant buildings There's so many tenement buildings in our area, and we come across this all the time, because places like the hangar, finally, the license, something new goes into a location, and we find out there's residents walking down the same hallway with workers, okay? And it's just like all sorts of crazy things, because the buildings were never designed for this, okay? All right, so be it as it may, this particular application is gonna be, what they're saying is different than the hangar. Not gonna be loud music, they're saying it's gonna be what they call background music, okay? So background music means that you can have dinner, okay? So
That sounded good to me.
so I understand that, okay, but it's different in that respect. So my suggestion, and that these guys will make that decision, but my suggestion is maybe we put this over for 30 days, and you guys. Well, I'm just saying, it's not, maybe that's something that you can discuss with them and deal with the trash and deal with the items. So it just seems like this is the time to do it, okay? New people are coming in. They're gonna be entitled to certain things, but at the same time, maybe they can work out. Yeah,
Can they bring in, food from the common area?
What? Yeah, let's try to fix it, so. Yeah. So did you have anything else to add before I let them come back up and speak?
No, I think, no, I'm done. Yeah, thank you.
I see. Okay,
Thank you.
yeah, I don't, did you fill out a speaker card? You can speak, so just give me a speaker card when you're done, if you don't mind doing that. Give us your name.
So,
I'm Sam, I live at 95 Christopher Street, it's only 4 buildings down from where they're looking to open up. I don't know him personally, but do know his reputation, hospitality of the space, and it's a good one, so.
Can I, did you give me your name again?
Sam. Yeah, 95 Christopher. Couple of those down, and I think with the concept that they're looking to do is to help the community. Lots of new places opening up on the block, it's bringing back that strip of the block. I'm encouraged by them saying that they're going to be inclusive. I think that's part of what this street's about. Being there for 5 years, I've seen sort of the decline of that block over COVID, and with the new places opening up, bringing back what hopefully interesting people to the neighborhood. So very, very, very excited about this. They did come to the block. They were out there, very transparent, and that's why a lot of people from 95 Christopher Street were interested. Young video on the block, building, not sure. Yeah, I just think maintaining the vibrancy of Christopher Street, especially when it's on, I expect that hammer. To put something in there that is deserving, and these guys are gonna do it, so definitely.
Oh, thank you. I just fill out the little speaker cards I have on my file. Okay. There's no one else from the public on this one, right? Okay.
Yeah, I think Bob is a good recommendation. We've been very transparent with what we're trying to do here. And we've heard all the comments from the community, and I mean, just off the cuff, I can tell you that we're happy to make stipulations to handle just about all these. Do I know what the garbage situation is gonna be and what would make sense for the block? I don't. So that might be a thing that we talk about offline and come back to.
Yeah.
But everything that's been discussed so far here, I'm happy to make stipulations to cover, I think, every one of the items here.
So you're gonna lay it over?
Yeah, so you guys tell me how the new layover situation is gonna work.
Don't follow.
Storage stuff is different, it doesn't sound right.
So I want to do a site
It
visit
doesn't
myself.
sound like it applied with the old rules.
I want to do a site visit
Yeah.
myself, because when I'm looking at a diagram, it looks like there's a door from the actual premise into a hallway, and then there's another door, which is the emergency exit. What I understood is that that emergency exit will be closed at all times, and it'll be a proper emergency exit. We would have access to the basement through the stairs. Yes, it's a common area, but it would be through our restaurant. We wouldn't have to go through the residential part to get down there, other than the little area of the lobby, which it looks like on the diagram. I would certainly feel very strongly that, I'm happy to stipulate, that there's no patron access downstairs. And if we need to install another security guard or measure or whatever it is to make sure that that door is not being used the way it should, we're happy to do that, because that is certainly not the intention.
I guess I mean, it just sounds like if that was used historically for the storage of alcohol, that it didn't comply with the old regulations because they would have required a warehouse permit.
Correct. I don't know that warehouse permits were a thing 35
I
years ago.
understand, it just seems like there are a lot of other little things that.
I want to make sure we button this up the right way. So if that means we come back next month, and
Yeah,
we will
if you
do this
could
research.
Send over, send in the thing, you're not gonna put the application in until you come back to us. And,
So am I supposed, do I have to notify you guys again now?
Okay, well. It's not moving that quickly. I said, I think in this particular case, it'd be okay because things are not moving as quickly as the authority.
Yeah.
The issue is that it,
You know,
it's the idea.
It's
that
gonna be
happens.
7 to 8 months before this gets done. If I file tomorrow, it's gonna be 7 or 8 months before this is done.
so if you could, I don't know if you need to go to the back and get contact information, and then if you can just come in with the plan so I can write out more easily whatever.
Happy to.
That would be great.
I have noted from what I've heard, we'll come up with some mock stipulations.
Donna, I have something.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, and when you come back, can you give us a better diagram of the basement? I see that liquor storage is, the liquor storage is gonna be in the basement, but it's a very rough sketch. So give us something a little better, better.
So we understand just how the whole thing.
Yeah, it's just storage, there's nothing else down there.
And I just Joe, because get you off on the right foot with this conversation we're gonna have. Because I heard some confusion here from the people in the building. I just want to be clear. It's a bar. You described yourself as a bar. You're gonna have a substantial food program, I understand, and food, and it's gonna be quieter, right, and less aggressive, a bar scene than the previous document that. But, you know, because I think there was some confusion here about, you know, this is not, when people talk about the hours, it's because you're looking to make a bar, not a restaurant, right? Okay.
Correct.
So,
We're gonna have restaurant level food, but we're very clear this is a bar.
just, thank you.
Okay. Okay, we'll see you next month. Bye. Go, go make sure in the back, everybody has everything. All right, the next one we're gonna hear is West Fourth Building Society LLC at 239 West Fourth.
Thanks. Y'all ready? All right, Matt Colton here with Elron Levy, representing West Fourth Building Society. It's at 239 West Fourth. It's between West 10th Street and Charles Street. I'm going to tee it over to the applicants here. I have Krista and Basil. They're just going to introduce the concept, introduce themselves, and then I'll run you through the nitty-gritty of the applications.
Good evening. We own and operate St. Germain, which is located at 183 West 10th Street.
Could the previous applicant, can you just pull it to the back of the row? Joseph?
Joseph. The back, please.
There you go. Well done. Okay.
Like I was saying, we own and operate St. Germain. It's at 183 West 10th Street. The cross streets are West 4th and West 10th. It is an all-day cafe. We focus on seasonal dishes and natural wines. We opened in 2021, at a time when COVID was very much still prevalent. And we're originally inspired by the idea of sort of creating a place that felt optimistic and energetic in our neighborhood. Fast forward 3 years, and St. Jardine has been very well received. We maintain a positive relationship with our neighbors. And now we're looking to expand by opening a dinner-focused restaurant that will complement our existing cafe, right nearby at 239 West 4th Street. Probably better known as Fedora. We appreciate the immense history of the space and are looking forward to preserving some of that, while also updating some elements to a more modern neighborhood restaurant. There's been a lot of talk about restaurant. It will be a restaurant, just in the previous applicants. Matt will get into it, but we'll have full dinner, and we'll continue to focus on a deep, like, natural wine list and some classic cocktails. The last thing that I'll say is that we are locals. My partner Andrew and I, who couldn't be here tonight, but is also a partner with us, have lived in the neighborhood for over 10 years. And while that's not as impressive as some of you, it's a long time for us. And so we just care deeply about, creating a space that serves the neighborhood and that carries the spirit forward of keeping the West Village an interesting and exciting place to be. So thank you.
All right, so this is a 1,600 square foot space, only 1,000 square feet are for patron access. That's the ground floor, 600 square feet is in the basement. That's just storage and office space. No outside space, it's all indoors, no operable doors or windows. So that's gonna remain closed at all times. 11 tables, 30 seats, one bar with 15 seats. As Krista mentioned, this is the space that used to be Fedora. I don't think I have to explain that to anyone in this room. I think everyone's familiar with this space, but proposed occupancy is 55, max occupancy is 74. We reached out to all of the block associations that are currently on the website. Most people told us that it was outside their jurisdiction. Other people had simple questions, but most deferred to the neighbors. We collected in more packets, there's about 70 signatures. Today we went out and got 30 more. Everyone in the building and most people on either side, as well as most people on the block as well. So about 100 high quality signatures, background music only, and I'll leave it up to questions.
Okay. Did you make sure you send the signatures into the office? If you have to run that.
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
I believe we sent 5 pages into the office and then we collected another 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, all right, so, sorry, you're not going to use of your yard ever.
We have absolutely no plans on using the rear yard. If we ever plan to, I would love to come back, and if you tell us no when we come back.
Okay, and then the hours of 9 to 2, is that
Yes.
what the hours, 9 to 2?
That was what was previously agreed to at a previous application. That's kind of what we're pushing for now. It gives people the ability to come for a later seating. I don't necessarily believe that only the loud places should be allowed to stay open late. So for people to be able to come and have an 11 o'clock seating and leave by 1, 2 o'clock.
Each day?
2 a.m. Yeah.
Okay, so we have people from the public here that are going to speak, we'll see what they have to say before I say.
Sure.
Okay, and then I do know from the previous applications here, there's the HVAC on the lower roof. Has there been any, have you talked to the neighbors about that, or do we have a plan?
We don't have a final plan yet, but we've hired mechanical engineers. We have an architect. We'll, of course, try to work with the landlord as best as we can on fixing it. I mean, our plan is, that thing is like archaic. We can send pictures if you guys are interested. I mean, we definitely don't want it there. And we did meet with Gilda. She showed us some of her areas of concern and are definitely open to working on them.
Okay, all right. Does anybody from the committee have anything before I go to the public? Okay, Carmine.
Yeah, I just curious about two things. First thing is, I appreciate the no patron access to the backyard. It's not part of the application. But do you have control of the backyard as part of the lease? And so I'm wondering what, if anything's gonna be, what are you gonna use it for, if anything?
We don't plan on investing in the garden to start like at all. I mean, we might clean it up ourselves, by pulling weeds. We've talked about it being very nice if there was maybe a garden back there for the chef to like pull from. You know, as part of a restaurant, you do have a family meal, which is where all the staff sits together before their shift. Usually around 4 o'clock, and they eat dinner together. So maybe we would have them eat dinner out there if it's a nice day, but that's about the extent of the backyard usage. In our lease, we're not allowed to use it for any, you know, commercial uses, and we're not planning to.
Okay, that's what because sometimes there's no patron use, but there's still noisy activity going on. So.
We do have access to it, but haven't for no commercial.
And also, are you aware that there is a long-standing issue of maintenance issues with that backyard around its drainage and such that are being problematic for neighbors?
Oh, that's the drainage, I think we talked about with Gilda, so maybe the HVAC is separate, but yeah, it seems like, the building hasn't been that well taken care of. And I mean, if there's one thing I can speak to, it's that when we opened St. Jody, we worked very closely with the people in our building to redo the entire exhaust. We had them tell us where they wanted to place it. So I think, you know, we have a good track record of obviously working together, so.
Okay, I think I'm just gonna go to the public. Gilda?
I have a number of questions, Tom. So, I too am very concerned about the late hours, that I'm not gonna support that. And I know the community is gonna talk about it. You say you're planning to private party. What's your business plan on that?
Well, probably about 10 a year, just
Okay,
so
we'll
something.
put that down.
Sure.
Okay. Are you really using garbage bags or something in aren't you supposed to be putting things in bags?
Yes, there is bins that we might have used bags in the language, but we'll be compliant with the bin requirement, of the SLAs.
And in terms of the use of the backyard, I mean, we get frequent complaints about when staff are out there smoking or talking, you know, particularly in the evening. I'm not sure what the community is going to tell us about those staff dinners. It can be very disturbing in that space. So let's let the community.
Should I reply quickly, or should I let them go and then reply?
Go ahead, just respond to that, so sure.
I mean, happy to agree to no smoking back there, and we want to be super respectful, and I think we've shown that through our existing space. I think on the hours thing, where we're coming from is as a restaurant, you know, if your hours are 2 a.m., that would mean you stop serving at 12:30, right? To get everyone out by 2 a.m. And so just working backwards there is sort of where the numbers come from, but we will discuss further.
Is that okay? Okay, going to the public. So Gilda Laval?
Hi, I'm Gilda Laval. I live next door to 239 my whole life. And I enjoyed the real fedora of the eponymous restaurant fedora. Most of my childhood, she was delightful. And then the restaurant became a different experience altogether with Gabe Stillman. But I do believe that these young people are what the village needs with their optimism, and everybody loves them, so the Jardine is a big success. I talked about my problems with them. They seem very receptive. I am concerned about the hours because I have school children, and I also have a toddler and of my tenants, a toddler and a newborn baby, and I'm worried about the 2 a.m. closing, particularly because one of the bedrooms is right in the English basement, so it's half above ground, half below. And with Gabe Stillman, they would stand on the window grates and blow smoke in, and those are the only windows, and it was quite noisy because people would stand on the wider sidewalk. So it was different with Brendan, who didn't finish his application, but he was going to have a security guard. So, and we know him from the Charles Street Restaurant, but he seemed to manage very well even in later hours. So this is entirely different. It's the middle of the block. And we have residents on either side with children, school age and under that. But will be school age. So I'm a little worried about the 2 o'clock, and it seems the other restaurants like CB2, they're close at 10 or whatever. It just seems a little out of keeping. Sorry, my condition. So that's it. When we talked about the drainage problem in the backyard because it floods my basement. And I think that they understand. So, we can't. I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry.
Basement, you were on the basement, the drainage.
Thank you. So the backyard is a problem also because of the drainage and also the Gottliebs who own the building were not taking care of the mosquito problem. It would just fill up with water. Nobody could use their backyards on the whole block because of that. So it does need maintenance, but I have faith that these young people have a certain compassion. They get along with all the neighbors. I signed approval, but I would like to make that stipulation of closing a bit earlier. And then, of course, the antiquated HVACs, I think there are 3 of them, and they're unsightly, and that, and the drainage pipe is right next to my wall, and pretty soon that structural wall is not going to be standing up, and all the utilities are in the basement, so that has to be looked at. But I think the owner of the building should also help young people. They shouldn't be expected to fix every pre-existing condition, and that's the problem. I think that's up for everything. Okay, great, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Marilyn By?
Hi, Marilyn By, 233 West Fourth Street Tenants Association. How are you? So, yeah, it'd be great, Andrew and Christopher are great. So it'd be great if they could do Fedora, but the hours are a problem. There's 2 teenagers, and they're not really teenagers, and 237, 2 school-age kids. And as Jill just said, there's gonna be a infinite path, and a teenager moving into 241. And the problem is that there's hardly any sidewalk space in front of Fedora. And, we didn't really know, I was on the block for a very long time, that we didn't know when Fedora was there, we didn't understand having a restaurant in the middle of the street, in the middle of our very short block. And so the second rendition was gate still located, and then we realized, you get a lot of noise, people outside smoking on the sidewalk, on the street. And as Jill just said, she's got 2-bedroom windows right there. I sent you an illustration. So there's a real problem with the sidewalk, and part of the reason why the 2 a.m. was, big part of the reason why the 2 a.m. was accepted is because Brendan was going to have a real security person every night there, and like he has his board Charles Prime, which the street is kept gray. It's a real, security person. It's not a staff restaurant, and very serious, and they keep it quiet over on Charles Street. So I don't know if that's what they want to do, but I really think, like Mary said, Mary's Fish Camp, 11 p.m. is a good time. Maybe 11 p.m. during the week, and 12 a.m. on the weekends. And because Sevilla closes at 10, which is like, at the corner. And then Mary Fish Camp used to close around 10 or 11, I think 10. So, this 2 a.m., it's just, it's gonna be a late night. It's just too late for the middle of the day. Okay.
That's it, right? Yeah, okay. I got the 2 a.m. part.
Yeah, no, but it is a real Fedora, it's a mess.
Right, that part.
The HVAC, the drainage.
Okay, all right, yep. Augustine, are you speaking on this one?
Nothing more, I think a lot of people will be very happy to see the Fedora version of it brought back to life. But the hours, I'm sorry, come on. Even on an avenue, a 60-foot wide avenue on 7th Avenue, 12 and 1 is the limit. I mean, we're talking about a 20-foot wide roadway here. We're talking about residential apartments and buildings all the way around it. As Marilyn pointed out, the hours of comparable hours around from Fairfax, Mary's Fish Camp, et cetera, all 10 p.m. closing. So I think my recommendation to these operators would be 11 weekdays, midnight weekends. I don't think it's worth discussing otherwise.
Okay, is that? All right.
Yeah, so in regards to the hours, I'm gonna pull this up a bit. In regards to the hours, yeah, we definitely hear everybody's concerns. Just to kind of explain where we were coming from, it allows for a later seating. If you cut the hours too much, you kind of lose a whole nother seating, and this is a 40-person restaurant, so that's an important thing to consider. We do have upwards of 100 signatures with 2 a.m. clearly displayed. We totally respect the people that are against the 2 a.m., but there are a lot of people on this block, in this building, in the places next door that do support the 2 a.m. Do you want to speak to the security or?
I don't really have anything to add on security. I don't, to be honest, I don't foresee us hiring a bouncer by any means. That seems odd, kind of random for us. We will have a very serious like maitre and host team. And the restaurant will be like a quiet, elevated restaurant. So I don't think the traffic is like loud, it's hidden. So if you have a reservation, you come, it's not like a flood of people, but I respect the opinions.
Is it reservation only or?
No, not reservation only, but it will be like heavily available on reservation, and then we'll save seats for walk-ins.
I think that's it.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back to the hours. So there's no flexibility on the hours?
I mean, if we need to wiggle, we're
I think you should think about wiggling.
okay. We're trying to keep consistent hours between weekdays and weekends. So if 1 7 days a week is something that could be agreeable, again, we have a lot of support for 2. So I think that coming down to 1 could be somewhat of a compromise.
So the St. Jardine is 12 and 1.
Correct. But St. Jardine is more of a daytime operation. This is more dinner focused.
But
That's the difference.
So then I'll say, if you were saying before that people came in at 12:30 to eat, that's why you needed the 2. Then. I don't know. So if you have 1, that means people are eating. What are the?
A 1 o'clock close time is last eating around 11:30. 11.
And I think it's 12 and 1, I think seems more reasonable. Everything closes.
The only last argument I will make is, St. Jardine is above the iconic Smalls Jazz Club. And as you can imagine, we have like all the musicians coming up before and after. And same with our staff, there's nowhere that they can eat at a late hour. Everywhere does close at 10, and I understand why. But at the same time, like, it would be very nice to have an offering that, people could go at a later hour that is 10 or 11.
I get that. This is mid-block on a residential street. That's the problem with the kids trying to sleep and eat outside, so. Okay. All right.
Where do we like? Oh, okay. Sunday, you really need 1 a.m. I'm just saying, you should go 12 a.m. Monday through Wednesday. If you need to get to 1 a.m. on Thursday, then that at least is something to negotiate. But 1 a.m. on Sunday and Tuesday.
That's something I can definitely negotiate, but it's always been my understanding that this board treats everything that's not Friday and Saturday a weekday.
Well, we do have that, but I think, yeah, so I'm just saying, I do think that there could be a compromise, and I do think 12 makes a lot more sense. I said earlier, 12 and 1 are restaurant hours, and this is a restaurant. I think you guys are gonna do just fine. That's my suggestion. You can discuss it. All right, no, if it's good with you, we can do Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, midnight, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 1.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks, y'all. That's it.
We'll make everybody happy, but we'll make something fun. Okay, thanks a lot. All done. Okay, the next application is going to be Carmine Hospitality, 19 Greenwich Avenue.
No. Feeling. So my name is Adrian. I'll be running and operating. Hi, Eric Allen here for the applicants. This is Adrian and Drew. This is an application for 19 Greenwich Avenue, Carmine Hospitality LLC. This is Adrian will talk about the restaurant in a minute. This concept we brought for you a couple of meetings ago, and they found a new home for it. This is the former Quality Eat space, which was licensed until I believe 2023. And it's the same layout. There's a ground floor. There's a step up to a little mezzanine. There's the kitchen in the basement. None of that's changing. There is no roadbed seating. There are occupancy 74. This hours are 11 p.m. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, 12 a.m. Wednesday, Thursday, 1 a.m. Friday and Saturday, opening at 11 a.m. Background music only, no TVs. It has 14 tables, 52 seats, 1 bar, 13 seats. And there is an small outdoor area. I believe it's 2 tables, 4 seats. 8 seats, 4 tables, 8 seats. And no roadbed seating. We are also entered into draft stipulations with the Greenwich Street and West 10th Neighbors Association. And those stipulations are included in this, those draft stipulations. There are in the questionnaire packet.
Yeah, we got it.
Okay.
And it was sent to us.
And you guys have the rest of the information menus in there, so Adrian can talk about the concept.
Okay.
So concept is pretty much unchanged since last we saw each other in February. The concept will be a French restaurant with a lot of food to share, with a heavy focus on detailed, beautiful cocktails, pretty deep actually. And a large wine is really focused on old vintage and pretty rare wine. We would also focus, on great French food. A lot of sharing, a lot of small plates. No, no tasting menu, but that would be about that kind of like elevated modern French way of living.
Hi, I'm Drew, Nesby, investing partner in, the thing that I'd like to stress is I'm a dear member of the community. I did that in the West Village for the better part of the last 20 years. Currently at 211 West 14th with my wife and my daughter and my 2 dogs. So I'm very much trying to open a restaurant in my community that I frequently quite a lot. So it's important to me that we are, helping the community, not
Thank you.
just their background, Adrian was at Minetta Tavern for many years. They also have Essential by Christoph on the Upper West Side, one of the Michelin stars, but great reviews. So they have that as well. So that's the pedigree.
Okay, so the sidewalk is 4 tables and 8 seats, and what time is that closing? You said
At 10.
at 10, okay. And then, there are operable windows in the front
There are windows, yes.
that open.
Yes, they would be open on, nice summer nights, up until 10.
Up until 10, okay, so you close the windows at 10.
Yeah, exactly. in the city.
And it's just background music, and, I think the draft stipulations are bring the planters so they're not sitting out in the middle of the
Right.
sidewalk, and you're gonna abide by all the dining out rules in terms of keeping
Absolutely.
that clearance. And I think, and there's no patron use of the basement, correct?
There is no what, I'm sorry?
The patrons don't go down.
No.
the Basement, okay. Okay, I think that's it for me.
So one question, I just want to, be sure, the windows in the back of the restaurant are sealed, right?
Correct.
Good, thank you.
So what's the average check?
Average check for lunch would be around 55
Dinner?
and dinner around 95.
Okay. And, just don't, I saw some supporter emails, they didn't see any postal address, so I don't know where the supporters live, so please make sure your supporters provide their addresses. And I do think there is an entrance from the residential basement into your space, there's some sort of a door on the plan. Is that?
So there is, the door downstairs does not give you access to the property as far as I know. No.
Not what the plan.
Okay.
It's in the meter. It's something into the meter, room. There's a door from your space into the meter. room.
That could be the case.
No payments are down, they will keep it.
No.
They'll keep it. Okay, I think, does anybody else have anything, Brian?
Mr. Attorney, do you really come up here from Boston? Sorry? Do you come up here from Boston for this?
I live here in Atlanta, Texas. Yes, we have an office here, an office, and an office in Philadelphia, and Chicago.
Thank you.
We're down minutes.
Okay, is that, all right, we have members of the public here, so let me, I think, yes, Yancy Paisley. Yeah, she wrote her name down, this one, didn't she, or didn't you? No, okay, fine. We don't need, you don't feel obliged to say anything unless you have something to say.
You want me to take something in French?
Right, signed up.
You're signed up for it, so that's why I'm calling.
I did sign up for it. I can be very, very short and sweet. David Gruber tells us he has interviewed these people and thinks they're just fine. So therefore, the West Village resident supports this application. And it gives me great pleasure to be able to say that.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to hear that. Okay, and, in the Central Village and Carmine Street Walk Association, West 10th Street, and Greenwich Avenue residents. So thank you so much for doing all that outreach with everybody. And yeah, we'll, at least earlier, sorry. Sorry for the wait, but thank you for staying. Okay,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, have a good night and good luck. I hope this one sticks.
Yes,
I mean,
well,
yeah,
yes.
okay,
Yes.
okay, good, bye. Okay, the next one is MVMA Hospitality Group, Booker Village at 173 7th Avenue.
Bonjour. How are you?
Thank you.
So this is the most updated. Stuff is the same. Okay.
Good evening, my name is Mark Mailer, I'm attorney for the applicant. This is a restaurant, French restaurant, that's going to be opened at 173 7th Avenue South. It has an indoor capacity of 86 seats. There's a ground floor and a mezzanine, so it's divided between ground floor and mezzanine. There is a basement. The basement's only the kitchen, there's a public does not go into the basement. There is a sidewalk cafe component. I thought it was 22 seats. In fact, it's going to be 24 seats. There'll be no shed in this application. In addition, we are asking for hours of midnight Sunday to Thursday and midnight, sorry, 1 a.m. On Friday night to Saturday. Both, by the way, we have these are two proprietors of the premises.
How are you? Matthias Verleden. Currently own and operate similar type of restaurant in Chelsea. It's doing really well in the neighborhood. It's lively and fun, very respectable neighborhood, and it's a good place to go to. We have a lot of neighbors and community. On the corner of 19th Street, 8th Avenue. And it's like 3 years now that we opened, and I'm looking to do another location. I always loved that West Village, beautiful place. And we love that block, so that was a good choice for us.
What corner was that? 8th Avenue and
19th Street.
Thank you. Yeah.
It's called Lulu.
Hi, good evening. My name is Ozen and I'm a partner with TS. We're doing this business together. We started actually right before COVID. We went 2 weeks before COVID, we opened up the restaurant. Here we are. We're successful the way we are, and we're opening a new menu.
If you have any questions, me or the applicants.
Go ahead.
So the sidewalk cafe that you referred to in my heard is the closed sidewalk cafe, right?
No, it's not.
That's
No, there's no shed and it's not.
The space that's there is an enclosed sidewalk cafe, it's not part of the building, just so you're aware of that.
I was
It's one of the 3 existing non-conforming sidewalk cafes. It's one of the 122 in the city.
Yeah, I mean, we heard something like that sort. The landlord said like this for a very long time now, so I don't know that anything has changed for the past 2 decades.
Right, but the issue is that I don't believe that you can have both along that frontage because it's an enclosed sidewalk cafe, it's not the building. I don't believe that you can have sitting outside of an enclosed sidewalk cafe.
Yeah, we'll check with DOT, we did in open affairs. But we measured the sidewalk and there's a subway grid there and there's space for just 2 tops along the building, not more than that. It's not extensive.
This is the enclosed sidewalk. That's the building.
I think
First of all, as we all know, these seven members of the Department of Consumer Affairs, I used to go there, and they would give you the catering, the sidewalk and bay license, both indoor and outdoor. That's gone. We are in a brave new world, the Department of Transportation. The trouble you're having, we're having as well. I've had many conversations with members of the DOT, and they say, gee, that's a good point. We don't know yet what we're going to do. So, look, what we're doing or what we want to do is comply with the law. We're going to file whatever is necessary. If in fact what is being said is true, then obviously we can't do both, but it's our intention to file for both. And if we're told that we cannot, then we will not. I mean, we're going to comply with the law. That's all we need to do. And as such, things will be filed. And at some point, the DOT will do something about it. We'll all find out together.
Okay, so let's start with the inside, just because I don't get this. How many? I was confused when I was looking at everything for two reasons. One, because the seat count does not add up to the seat count that I got.
The two floors.
And even with that, so I get 15 seats on the mezzanine. And counting the tables that are here, I get about 45 seats on the first floor.
I think about 25 stairs.
How? That's what I'm trying to understand, just 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, maybe 20,
Yeah.
but I'm not, so that's that. And then here I put numbers like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, I mean. So it comes down to 45 seats.
8, 6. Right.
I have 8 on this one. I have 4 on this one, so maybe that's 6,
Yes.
but I mean, you're saying there's 80. I'm just trying to get this because there's a big difference between 86 seats and 50 seats. So I'm
It's
trying.
not 50 seats, but then,
Well, then show me could you, I have a diagram here when I'm counting seats. I counted it 3 times. I may be off by 4 because I'm counting 8 seats and maybe there's 10 seats. But if you add
upstairs is 6 bar seats.
15 seats here, I got, so there are bar seats here.
No buses.
Okay, so I've got 15 seats here.
This is a 608. This is definitely a 608 as well.
Well, this I have 5, so if this is 6, that's 1 more, and so you're telling me this is 8.
Okay, I mean, we're gonna finish yet. We don't have any keys to finish yet. We get the keys under the first.
But I'm
So
evaluating.
this is the current.
I'm evaluating what I'm seeing in front of me, and this is twice as many seats as what you have down, which is also, I think I didn't put that out, but about twice as many seats as what the previous occupant had. So that's why I'm trying to understand this, and then they also had a sidewalk cafe, but their sidewalk cafe was the same number of seats as yours, which is also why I was confused, because their sidewalk cafe was this. This was the sidewalk cafe, so.
Well, they had a roadway and a cafe.
No, I'm talking about before COVID, I'm not even counting, but having really low, as far as I'm concerned, that it didn't exist totally. So they had 11 seats and 22 tables in their closed sidewalk cafe. So that's why I was confused too, because it was the exact number of seats and tables, so
Yeah. I understand what you're saying. We haven't given the keys yet, so it's a little difficult to have a precise diagram. However, the ground floor allows for 60, if you look at the CL supply. The ground floor allows for 60, capacity of 60, and the mezzanine allows for capacity of 6. So 86 seats within that space is below what is allowed pursuant to the CO. So they are looking to put seats inside this restaurant, which is going to be only a restaurant, background music, no carry, no.
background, so I'm familiar with their place on whatever 7th Avenue, or whatever street they make that one. So, and What does background mean? Well, what volume I care more about, can you just have a conversation, can you hear it outside the door, because on 8th Avenue, you can hear it outside the door. I mean, I walk by it all the time, so I'm familiar with it, so that's what I'm just trying to understand here, what we're talking about here, because that one is loud. So,
Well, that one also has, well, I know.
I mean, that one has flowers all over it.
Yes.
Big flowers, and it's got a speakeasy downstairs or wherever it is.
Right, that's downstairs.
Right, no, but it's a restaurant upstairs, I mean, it's,
Sure,
you know,
absolutely.
so,
We supply the menu, the little menu.
right. Okay, does anybody else want to have anything?
So, at your other place, you were operating in Sapo for a little bit, you guys talked about that after a while. And Lulu was under Sapo for a little bit, you guys talked about that?
We did, we did for a minute there.
Yeah. They just, no, they filed, that was the problem.
What?
I'm sorry, they filed within the proper amount of time. But the license, look, the license bureau, as you understand, is the complete mess these days. They are making strides.
You know, that generally,
No,
like better place, not the list. They're not bad.
right, it has nothing to do with anyone in charge.
Then about wondering what the reason was, it was in March 2022,
Right,
and
the
that you
application,
don't get their license.
you cannot operate at the center unless you file properly. The application is filed properly. You'll have to ask the New York State Liquor Authority why they did not issue the license at the time, but they did recognize that we filed properly.
But usually there's a disciplinary.
No, there was no discipline. Look, I'm their attorney. The first person they'll turn.
Which is asking, am I wrong in asking that?
Absolutely not, but there was no disciplinary. There's no discipline.
And at this location, there's quite a bit of community complaints over time. So
But that was very.
But no, I understand that it's at the location itself that you're applying for, and part of that are the history violations of the location. And
They don't want to emulate anything that's done in that.
saying what happened, including they cut padlocks twice, you know, that DCA put on it. Or once, excuse me, and then they're padlocked again. You know how hard it is, I know, to get padlock to begin with. Let alone.
They're right.
I understand what you're talking about, there's a lot of skepticism from the community, because this was one of the number one locations for violations that were connected to the premises, so this.
I hear what you're saying.
And when we see the diagram as outlined, but the seating on the outside of the enclosed sidewalk cafe, it brings that up, that there's a lot of issues, and so I think a lot of people think that this space is one thing, when in fact, its history of operation has predominantly been out of compliance with the stipulations executed with us, et cetera. So we have a lot of issues, and I think that we need quite a bit of assurances that this will not repeat itself.
It won't. Lulu has never been the subject of disciplinary. The outdoor component will close by 10 o'clock. We're not looking to be anything but a restaurant. That's what we're looking to.
I just think that, this location, like some other locations with these enclosed sidewalk cafes where walls have been taken down, there's a lot more glass, and there's a lot more noise, problem potential. And I think that's what we're all trying to avoid. It sounds like you're trying to avoid it too, but we're very, familiar with this operation, so we're trying, this location, so we're trying to point out some of the pitfalls that you may be facing, and, reality.
Your advice is appreciated. We understand that the former tenant, the former licensee was not up to standards. We have no intention of meeting or doing anything close or near or whatever it was that they were doing. No, we're not gonna get that on. We're not gonna stay open beyond the hours of setting. we're gonna stay open. Everybody tonight is trying to get more hours from you, all we're asking you is for what you're giving, restaurants. 12 during the week, Friday and Saturday night, 1 o'clock. Background music going, that's all we're looking to do.
And then the other question, which I forgot, I'm sorry, to jump to the seven, I just found that, and another list, that is, you were a manager in 2 locations that we had significant problems with in our community. One, for greenhouse that got shut down by the local authority. And then number 2, we also had, with, some place that, the outside space that we held.
But it wasn't, he was not an owner. You were there. But he's had this place for 3 years now, right? It's already.
The, is for Gitano, excuse me, for.
So when you work for an owner, you do what they ask you to do. You just do the best you can with what they give you, but it's their rules, right? So I didn't create the business model, I didn't create the hours, I didn't create the menu, I didn't create the music component to everything they were doing. I'm just managing a restaurant, or, you know, when I was younger, but these days are gone. I mean, I'm not working for somebody else, I'm working for myself. I'm 50 years old now, I'm not looking to open, you know, something that's noisy, or, you know, I want to be part of the neighborhood, I want to be part of the community, I want to be something that's beautiful, that people enjoy going to, serving good food, and that, you know, people having a good time. There's nothing else than that.
I mean, both of those were so, we spent months and months of this community board's time on both of those. One was got shut down because of the shootings, et cetera, that happened there. Shootings, just to make sure it reaches the commissioner fans' eye level of attention. And Enchanted, we also had a lot of issues with management of outdoor areas, which was.
It was the owner's doing, trust me, we didn't get along either, so I didn't stay very long. But when you work with someone, that, you know, everybody has to eat, that's a good job. When you work for someone, they break the rules, they make you make bad decisions for themselves, and then we get blamed for it somehow. But I have nothing to do with it.
Well, you're a manager. I think that with our manager location, there is some ability, even if it's violations that are occurring from the owner, still.
But you still have to do what they say or you get fired. Trust me.
No, we're not. And I'm just gonna, and there's a speakeasy at Lulu, so that's, I know there's not one here, but the method of operation for a place has been really problematic in the past. Makes everybody.
The Lulu quote unquote speakeasy is in the basement, it's very.
But but again, you know, this is another place that's got a speakeasy thing from the other places that all had something like that. So that component isn't part of this yet, but there's a ton of seats here. I'm just.
If we ever have, we ever want to change our method of operations, we know we have to come in front before, and we will explain what we're doing. This is a restaurant. It's closed at 12 o'clock during the week, Friday and Saturday night. It'll close at 1 a.m. There'll be nothing in this place other than background music. That's what we said we're doing, and that's what we are going.
And with the outdoor.
That's gonna close at 10.
I would like to see get this resolved somehow.
So, what?
Yes, but because there were no seats before, because, you know, there was a sidewalk cafe program and all the sidewalk cafe was enclosed. So.
Yeah, I mean, so one of the things is that the outdoor dining here, pre-COVID, never operated in compliance. Again, vocationally, this has been, had a history of so many different issues, not in stipulations, having DJs, having music. I mean, this is the laundry list. Now, there are the storage lockers built into the side of the building, which are all there on public property, not, you know, within the building or added on by the current operator. So there's a laundry list of issues. We're not sure what again, the expectation is that taking over a place that's never been properly operated since the inception of this license.
But if I give you any expectations that it won't be repeated, that they're not here to cause problems. They don't cause problems in Chelsea, and they don't want to cause any problems here. They want to be good neighbors. They don't want to face the wrath of the community board that has a number of every agency in the city of New York, and also the state liquor authority. It's not their purpose. This is a restaurant, plain and simple. That's all they are. And they've never had any problems. They definitely have a track record. It's exemplary. They don't get in trouble. They don't do things wrong.
So in terms of the sidewalk, we certainly can't say okay to this in terms of the seating outside of the enclosed sidewalk area.
60 those.
No, because I don't think if you have an enclosed sidewalk cafe, I don't think this is permitted. So, and people were complaining with the enclosed sidewalk cafe, how much of a pinch zone this is. I think, is there a, so. Yeah, we'll go to the speakers. Let me just go to the speakers. Nancy, Casey, are you here to speak on this one?
Okay, first of all, we are delighted to see the baby grass people closing, as we all are. I don't have to go through that. And basically, I think West Village residents is happy to see these people coming in. We talked to them up at Lulu's. It looked to be a respectable operation. It was very loud inside. I will say that. I don't know if you could carry on a conversation with difficult in place with that full. We like the hours, we like these people, we like the idea of the French bistro here. We never got clarification as to what exactly was being planned on the sidewalk, and I still don't know what's being planned on the sidewalk. But we asked them to. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. This is the 20-foot sidewalk measured from the building line. The building line is on the inside of the glassed-in portion. And logically, it's, but I don't know that we have a ruling yet, but I'd like clarification if you have any, because there are also similar setups elsewhere in the district. I think that the glassed-in enclosed sidewalk cafe takes up about half the sidewalk. And if it is, the rule is that you have to have the 8-foot or the 10-foot clearance or half the sidewalk, whichever is larger.
They need the 10-foot there, so that's half the sidewalk.
I don't think there's room on the outside of the glassed-in portion for any tables. I think it's roughly 11 feet from the curb to the glass wall. Around the corner where they have 6 tables, I think that's a little different story. Also, just one other thing, I think the glass wall does not open, is that correct? Does not.
It's enclosed.
Yeah, that's enclosed, so that wouldn't change. And they promised they take down all that off the neon. And yes, and serve a nice French menu. So my only question is the sidewalk, the outside sidewalk. And I understand from what you said, we're not gonna pass on that anyway. But, I do think.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Okay, Councilman Lawrence, was there anybody else here on this application? Because I just have the one to sign, so I don't know. Yours was all together, I don't.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure if that is, she's gonna work outside the enclosed shed, I don't think we've got the room, but. I just, I think, basically, we'd like to support it, we stay here till 10:30 to say that we would like to support it. I do want to put one thing on the record, that we are adamant opposed to outdoor heating. And now that this whole new sidewalk cafe program is coming in, we would like this to be added to stipulations, like outdoor seating, there could be no outdoor heating, so it's up to them. But we feel pretty strong about it.
I did speak to two of them. Wait, can I have that?
I have more members of the public here to speak, so why don't I just let them go and then you can come back. Marianne, I can't speak the last name, and Guy.
I am Marianne, I live in 27 West 8th Street. I've been living in the neighborhood for 5 years. I'm a regular customer at Ludo. I think they're very professional and saying they serve excellent food and excellent wine, and it will be a great addition to the neighborhood. And I think Matthias is very thoughtful, even me myself, when I, cross like the time, he's like very careful how the neighbor react. He's very, very professional, and I think I support their idea.
Thank you.
Hi, hello, my name is Guy, living in the neighborhood for 3 years on 2 Bank Street, which is right around the corner. I've been to Ludo a couple of times, myself for lunches, with my family even as well. I love the place, great ambiance, great food, and I think it'll be a great addition to the neighborhood. And I hope to get a food here tonight. Thank you.
Thank both of you for staying.
With respect to the 6 tables in front of the enclosed sidewalk cafe, they've agreed to remove that. And, if, right.
You can come back.
Never mind. All right, so we're gonna get rid of this thing.
And keep these,
Yes.
as far as the 10, and are there heaters outside? Heaters outside.
Don't know yet, we don't have any, we started to do a lot of work.
So, okay.
Yeah, nice cooking heaters that,
So you might have,
electrical.
in other words, if I put a stipulation that says no heaters outside, that's not what you would agree to.
What would you like about the heaters?
Like electric heater.
Yeah.
Some people will have
Oh, sometimes they're apparently very expensive, the electric heaters, but some people will use them. That would be up to you, but we just wanted to find out because generally speaking, we don't want to have the heaters because then people will be out there in December and January. We've seen that too. So, I mean, the goal here is to make it seasonal, like what a sidewalk cafe was supposed to be from the very get-go.
Yeah, but it is also part of the season, like it's not too cold and not hot enough, right?
Well, so that's, now we're talking about
It's much transition, it's nice.
right, on a warm day in October, it makes sense, but November, maybe not so much. That's all. That's why we're asking about the heaters, because heaters can be used in December and you're not gonna be sitting
I don't
out.
think anybody wants to eat it in the snow, but,
I've seen it. So that's why the question being asked.
yeah, okay, we understand.
Anything else?
So let me just to go back here. So there's no second, there's, the rear door on Perry Street, it's into the kitchen, remains closed at all times, okay. And then there's no speakers in the enclosed sidewalk cafe, in the enclosed sidewalk cafe, so. The walls. Okay. I think that does it.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Okay, for Charles Street Restaurant LLC. For Charles. Right. And this is an alteration to add space next door.
While Joseph is passing around our packets, just say a quick hello, I'm Emily Wu, I'm the general manager of Charles Primary. I've been with Hogsalt, which was our restaurant group, since 2017. And I started at Port Charles, and then I worked in our restaurants in Chicago and opened Ocean Ball down in Tribeca, and have been back running the ship since 2021. This is my director of service. This is Esteban. We call him Steven. And Port Charles is a intimate supper club of 9 tables inside. We have a capacity of 75 people, and we are looking to extend our current license. We are open 7 days a week currently for dinner only, with the exception of Sundays where we serve a Sunday brunch, which is a continual dinner service that ends at 10 p.m. Our last seating on Monday through Saturday is 11 p.m. with an option for potential walk-ins up to 11:30. And we are looking to extend that to a second floor space. It is a small private dining room that accommodates 10 to 12 people with a non-seated service bar.
Thank you. I'm sorry, are you guys on the license? No, the licensee's not in here.
The licensee is in Paris. We have a restaurant that we opened on in December.
When first in front of us, he didn't appear either.
Okay.
So now we have a second application, he's still not here.
Yeah, we were instructed that it was more important to have the operators. I actually happen to be a resident at 76 Charles Street, so I'm probably the most relevant person in terms of on the ground operators.
He's the principal living in the United States.
Yes.
Yeah, where does he live?
Absolutely. He has a place in Chicago and a place in New York, and he hasn't appeared in front of this board previously for other things. So you have seen him. The applicant. What's that?
Well, Fedora.
He did. That was good.
If you remember, Bob, the applicant is 6 or 7 restaurants in Chicago.
More than that, yeah.
More than maybe that was there.
Yeah, no, they're all over the place. Port Charles has been here for a number of years. The application before you, as Emily mentioned, is an alteration. The space is downstairs from the street. What they're looking to do is inside the space, you walk up the stairs where there's currently a bathroom or 2 bathrooms. They are looking to essentially, they already have the space. They're going to create an opening there where there's a private dining room. 1 table there with 12 seats, as you see in the diagram, it's a small space. The space is very small, so it can accommodate larger parties, so this would give you the flexibility to do that.
So so the bathrooms are on the first floor.
Well, technically the first floor, yes, but upstairs from the restaurant.
Right, when you look at the building, go up the stairs from the outside, from the outside, it's on the first floor, so you're kind of.
The restaurant proper is like the basement.
Right, so, and that's the way
You get
it
in.
is now, it's currently, you go upstairs. to
Nothing
the bathroom.
has changed.
Yeah, that's so, okay,
Correct.
and then. And so patrons, I'm just trying to.
Patrons come to the
Patrons go in the downstairs, and then from the downstairs, they take the stairs that I'm seeing on
On the left.
the eastern side of the building, I guess that is, and they go up between the 2 floors that way.
Correct.
So they don't really enter that outside stairway.
Correct.
And then are there residents up above you, or there's no bird's office? Do you have a whole building? You do, so it's your space up there, okay. And, so that was one of my questions. You're putting in operable windows, or did I see that? Are there
No,
operable
there's no
windows?
windows there. There's no windows.
What is an operable window?
It opens and closes, so in other words, you can keep it open, so then the sound comes outside, so that's what it means. It's operable.
They're closed.
On the first,
If there's-
okay. I mean, I know it's AC, but the first floor,
I'm not sure that's helpful, but all of our spaces in our restaurants are intended to be sealed off. You cannot see inside of them, and there's no access between the inside and the outside other than. Yeah.
okay, and then. The last reservation is at 11:30.
11 p.m.
11 p.m.
Except on Sundays at midnight.
And so then. I realize that the license goes till 4 AM, but why do we need to keep the license at 4 AM when there's? And
Every once in a while, there's an event that can go later, and they want to keep the flexibility. They've had the 4 AM since they started.
It's 3 AM.
Well, originally it was 3 AM, and then we were told to come back for an extra hour, and you guys said no, the grid already said yes. Because this was originally a non-500 foot little license as the purchase agreement.
okay, and then, all right, so you explained how the people enter and go through and explain that, and then the seats and tables. Okay, so I guess. So the 45 seats, is that with the new seats or that's without the new seats?
That's gonna be
So that 45 is the total.
total with the new seats.
Okay, and
And there's 2 service bars, no stand-up bars, so no bars for people.
no bars, just all tables.
Just service.
Okay, and that's 1 or 2 of the comments that are relevant, so go ahead, I see. Bob?
Okay, so the new space is not, it is subject to the public interest.
Say it.
When the new space has to be, subject to the public interest, since you're adding that, you want an on-premise license to a location that's not been previously licensed. So you want 4 AM, even though you don't operate till 4 AM. In fact, your advertised hours are not even close to that. So, you might have some sort of speakeasy event that takes place late at night, one night, but the reality here is we're looking to add on to that space. The space that you're looking to add on isn't included in that, that pre-existing grandfather. So I guess what I'm asking is, why should we grant 4 AM to a space that doesn't even get used till 4 AM?
Or there's a 4 AM license in the space, we can't differentiate, they were not gonna give us 2 different hours for 2 parts of the same license premise. We said from the get-go that we wanted to keep the late hours for flexibility, but we likely wouldn't use them, and that's exactly what we've done. We're doing exactly what we said we.
Right, but now you're asking for something different. Now you're asking not just for the liquor license that was pre-existing, but now you're looking for something in addition to that. And so my suggestion is that you're looking for something in addition to that, and you're looking for some sort of addition from this community board that you can compromise, because 4 AM on Charles Street is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you, and that's, you're entitled to that position. My position is it's an alteration application. It's not gonna be subject to a new 500 foot rule hearing. And that's my position.
Right, and we've been up in front of the SLA and they've said otherwise. I'm just saying, if you want that, I mean, it seems ridiculous to me when we're fighting over something that doesn't exist. And yet, a 4 AM license on Charles Street is absolutely ridiculous. Okay, that's a private, little residential neighborhood, and if we want to have a 4 AM license there, that's absurd.
We have reached out and talked directly to every person on Charles Street. We actually used our security guard who lovingly, Gilda has met several times because when we were looking at the Fedora space, we were trying to explain how we manage to have a later liquor license and what they would have preferred to approve or sign off on. It's because we have security detail. We used both of those individuals. We have 2 of them now. They're there 7 days a week, all the way up until we bring the lights up. We stopped every person walking down Charles Street who lives at 6 Charles Street, 10 Charles Street, 2 Charles Street, 3 Charles Street, 5 Charles Street, 12 Charles Street, 71 Charles Street, 67 Charles Street. They all support 4 AM for us because they know that we are incredibly diligent and very good stewards of that space, and we are very respectful to any of their requests.
And then what happens when you leave? Okay, then what happens? And the next person wants to.
I don't know why
So
we need to talk about it.
Hold on, we're the community board, so we care about the community, okay? There's one thing to say, oh yeah, Brendan is great, okay, he does well in our neighborhood. But what's gonna happen afterwards when you just let this slide, this new space, and you're at 4 AM on Charles Street, then what? Okay, so we're thinking about a lot more than just Brendan here.
Understood.
So,
As a resident of 76 Charles Street, I understand the stewardship.
yeah, and the security was there because of all these outdoor sheds. So that was understandable. He did a good job with the outdoor sheds in that neighborhood because he should have, and he did. So this is not necessarily about Brendan. It's about, why are we doing this? Why are we doing 4 AM? Okay, and that doesn't make any sense to me. So that's why I bring it up, and I don't know what everybody else, maybe the other members of my board will disagree with me, but I think it's absurd.
Hey, I just want to, I belt and suspenders about the windows. Because I heard what you said, it's all sealed. So the question here does say the windows can open. But, and I just want to double check on that first floor where the new space is gonna be. The look from the outside, or maybe they don't anymore, it's been a while since I looked closely, like double hung, sash windows, but they're sealed, they don't.
That was residence. That was a single bedroom condo, so understandably, those windows would open up and down. Once it is a private dining room, it will be sealed. That is part of it.
That's all I wanted to make sure of. Thank you.
Of course.
Okay, yeah, no, I have several questions. First of all, it says you have a certificate of occupancy pending. So when are you going to get the certificate of occupancy?
So we provided copies of the permits and paperwork from DOB as this is all in process. So when exactly we'll get the CMO, I can't tell you. I can tell you though that we will have it, but we'll be operating into its space.
So when did this entity buy this building? So there were no residents in the building, Heather. Is that what you're telling us?
Are you speaking to currently if there are residents or when we took over the lease for the entirety of the building?
Okay, so both, I didn't know that, yeah, both.
So when we opened Fort Charles in 2017, 2016, there was a 2-bedroom condo above us, 2 floors, and there were residents there. They have not lived in that space since June of 2021. There's not been any occupants there since June of 2021.
And there were no, that's all,
There's the condo that is the current space that will now be the PDR. That was a condo, that was the owner's condo, but that is not, there's been no one living there since June 2020.
So you say the owner, is that Brendan or is that another?
No, we rent the space from the owner who is not on site and does not have a residence in that.
And then the 2-bedroom condo above that, did you also rent that?
That was rented to the residents when we initially took our original lease. We now have a lease on the entire structure. And in that negotiation, the residents were moving out already. We took the lease over.
So there are 2 housing units that we've lost. I see. This is an important thing to our whole community board. I am a little bit confused about the hours because when I read this application this afternoon at home, it said you were closing at 12 o'clock. And now I see that you have to adjust the hours that you're applying for by hand. And there is a little thing about 12 o'clock on top. And then there's the 4 AM that's written in by hand. And on one of your petition sheets, you mentioned that you close at 2, but that's not on all the petition sheets. So there's a little, you don't have to respond. I'm just pointing out that the hours as presented to us have been inconsistent and particularly with your presentation tonight. That doesn't help your case, being all over the place. Do you still serve punch bowl? No, that was something in, I saw in the history of your, application. I don't know why that was in the past. Do you serve them in, Chicago?
Honestly, I'm not 100% sure. I haven't been there.
There was a transfer, did we see a transfer process?
So again, goes on your right here, Commissioner Kim.
There's never been much calls on it.
It was discussed in the information.
It's possible that we were in a hypothetical.
Okay, thank you.
You asked a few straws.
Okay.
We do have a lunch.
Sure.
Yes, I thought, I don't.
But it has a single serving retail, confusing because in front of bowl is not the same thing.
Okay. I'll go, does anybody hear from the public on this one? Augusta.
Hi, Dustin, Western residents. We're not used to using all our retail spaces for hospitality, and we're using the residential spaces. I don't get it. I don't know why this is even being considered, and I think they should have very least move the license to 12 o'clock in order to get this.
Okay, anybody else?
Yeah.
And then if you could just fill out a speaker card when you're done.
Hello? Yes, my name is Joseph Ianco. I own a few buildings on that block and around the corner on that 10 Charles Street. I live there myself. Been there for the last 35 years. And I know your concerns and I appreciate, excuse me, sir, you were talking before. And Bob, okay, and I really appreciate what you said. Yeah, I would be concerned too, with Charles Street, having these places open so late, but it was up to me. There are other riff-raff places that are in the neighborhood that I would shut down. But this is not one of them. This is a high-quality restaurant. They're very responsible. They're usually gone at 12 o'clock. They're quiet. I can vouch for them. There are many, many people that get feedback from a lot of tenants of mine that love the place. And I also understand, what if someday they sell it and it falls into the hands of somebody that's not as responsible? They could really make a mess there and be grandfathered. And that's a concern too. And that's something that you have to think about. But as far as these people are concerned, these people are really great, And I would, if it was me, I would say, all right for them. I know what they, maybe sometimes they have people that stay over after they eat the last meal and they're there a couple hours later. And, God forbid, the building department goes in and says, what are you people doing here, But that's not ever likely to happen with these people. Anyway, that's what I wanted to say. If you have any questions you want to ask me, I'm all over.
Thank you.
Okay,
You can fill out a speaker card for me, that's the one thing, just so. I know, so. Nancy?
Okay, and I'll be short, and I agree with both Bob and Katie. 4 a.m. for a restaurant, and this is a restaurant, a high-end restaurant, is not appropriate, period. These people have 4 a.m. for one floor, but now they want to expand into a residential unit, which has never been licensed. And I think that if they really want that, they should make some concessions to the community and return to reasonable hours for the whole space, which for a restaurant is 12 and 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Before you get started, so Katie was alluding to something. We just had a significant presentation from the city of New York last night, from the city of Guest Housing. And our neighborhood, our community is at the top of the list of having a housing crisis and not having enough units. And so you're removing the unit. That's why you hear tremendous concern from members of the board here. And you are located in a zone where you can make that change But it's just another contribution to not having enough housing. And on top of that, housing of this size that is affordable to somebody as far as being one bedroom. You know, so that's one thing. Number two is I'd just like to put out there that you be willing to agree to having the last seating in this new space at 11:30, which is what you advertise. And that's isn't a limitation on how long that party will stay, it just captures maybe the spirit of the new space. And while I'm just trying to bridge this and sort of get out some of the issues here more clearly and why there's a concern of shifting over residential.
Yeah, when you come back, you said.
Do you want me to repeat what I said now? Yes,
No. Okay, he's just gonna talk to them.
I
and
said-
get back.
I said we appreciate that. We're gonna huddle up for a second and I'll be right back. We returned.
Okay. Go ahead.
I appreciate the bridging the gap, Carter. We're happy to agree to that. So that the upstairs is consistent with the downstairs. With that final seating, so that,
So the final seating will be 11.
yeah, it'll be consistent with the downstairs and appreciate that, you know, if people are gonna stay longer, they can stay longer, but in the spirit of keeping it all the same, yes.
Okay, thank you. Oh, wait, no, I did have one thing. You have music outside in that roadbed that I know you're not going to have after August 1st or 3rd or something, you'll probably, whatever, but I don't want to hear the music anymore, because that's not supposed to be out there. Thank you. And I'm also gonna say that your letter describing the patio dining with 5 tables was some of the best description I've heard of. Your roadbed is very elegant, but I'm like, where is the patio? So I'm very artfully good.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Okay, we'll take a minute or two break and then come back.
Thank you. It's happening all this year, watching CB2.
No, they outside. And like, almost instantly after that, they're now. Back.
Smart.
Well, right now, nothing's going on because no one's on microphone, but I will turn it to the.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not a very good job.
So. Yeah, so let's go with take it. That's the, you're going to do that. There is, yeah. Well, we'll start the calling out. So the rain is going to fall out and stuff that and the hours are Sunday to Thursday is 12, Friday and Saturday 1, and the downstairs has a bathroom there, but there's also the bathroom. So I have to go to the wall. And 10 p.m. outside and there's not.
We want to say that we're talking about new place second.
Right. My concern is really and MDGs and that application. And hours, you know, I don't have a problem. Something I have a problem with it, and that's not, which is. It's another. They got rid of the track and that's it. With the track. Was a big last.
Problem with that area. Really the problem with that area. It's true. The bars into real time. The sports weekends.
Yeah.
There's so many people. Now, what's going to happen is when I can. There's two spill effect. And everyone's going to go around one. I'm just saying, this is always people outside. We start to right. It's like this. Look at this. That's why it's amazing resolution. Right. So, not supposed to be. I just look, this has. Yes, it's also thinking about. And as reporting on, and has, I don't know, if you guys. Unbelievable, nuts. But I mean, I think. Here. Okay, I mean, two sounds. But that's. Oh, the other side. But part of the model that's described.
Okay. So for you. So for you back there, why don't you come up here? My recommendation is what we call 9LS, which means that you give the stipulation agreement, and so we sign that, so in the movie, then basically recommend. We'll recommend we go on the application,
Basically, denying us is how you say proof.
Right, and the stipulations, basically say your hours, so 12 o'clock, the possible is 9, or outside of 10, windows at 9, you're not gonna have a protector, 2 days. And, you know, dancing, no DJ, no art music, background, no music, security, no persons. No, there's a, it's, right? And then, and the private party, is there a private part of the year? We, if we said 2, so we could get 2, then whatever. And then, I think, Donna, we serve with beer or to make, is that? Yes. Okay, so, and then that's, so the office will send that to you, and then we sign it, and send it back. Get it notarized. Okay, and then the board goes under the digital meeting reviews. 2 weeks. Okay. You don't have to. We can always go over the Zoom and.
All right, that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that's new business,
We discussed this on Tuesday also.
Yeah, we discussed this on Tuesday also, so there were a couple of things, one, I just wanted to kind of roughly know the that I was trying to figure out, you know, working through that, with a lot of things that, from our point, with a lot of these things, but I did, with just a lot of them coming in to the outdoor. Trying to get sort of streamlined. And we just, and put in something about what we think, agree to close at 10 o'clock. You might create, outdoor dining, will be deferred, and it's like seating, and it's X amount of, so it's not sure how, which is happening, doesn't seem like it's. Once it's outside, instead of the new hours, I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think we'll expand all over time. And just that they close at 10 o'clock, then they. Then they, you know, it's your possibility. Wait, there you go, like,
It's got, well, you can't have that. That's like, the big problem is, makes you know, there's 15 people out there.
Right, so that's the kind of thing we just have to think about.
But that's not the city. They're not able to look at.
So if we can have a.
When you look at more of the applications that the board might start dying, it's like, and they're not using much of it, now it sounds like. That most of the virus.
But.
We say 2 drops, 4 drops, so we can.
Well, we could say something like, no.
It's just, I don't, we don't. That's a conservative state.
That's what we're just trying to say, there's some, and I mean,
It's better than how the partners and it's easy. I've seen it.
Yeah, but it's not a regular.
Meeting things right.
Everybody's around and they want to cycle.
Well, that's why
Can't do that.
there's no organization.
I mean, you wouldn't have, they have, and we have this student that somehow was making them like. Campus student. That is not going to be, I mean, it may not be, but I don't think we can treat this as though it's not going to be, and of course, and otherwise we can't be made of this. Find it every night.
Say no more than. Are you gonna rubber stamp it to say you should say something about vehicles? I would like to see.
Nobody's gonna feel, I mean, for. That's six people, some in the afternoon.
On site.
But Bob, all we're doing is say, here's your license area.
I mean, it's.
What happens is they didn't start to expand out.
I think, God, absolutely, and I think this is my bigger problem with the larger group. But I think it's really that more when later at night, later outside. Drinking with 10 people and then, so having folks that come out, they don't want to do that, but they don't come from the all, but.
The noise is good.
So that's what we're, I just wanted to put out, kind of what, conversation, that we're making, because you can't do this. We had tonight, now the new ones are a little bit different. Don't come to us. I think what I'm going to do, I have to redo the 30-day, like that form I saw. So I have to rewrite that. I'm going to ask, we now have the application on, coming to us and out for, we need to see what it's, I want it on. It's one that there's a.
Well, yeah, actually, we should be there. So. Space. So much. So here, still be the same. And it's the new one. Side, and then, for the most part, we go.
The sidewalk has two tops.
No, but it's such a deployment to us, yeah, for people that, now we want to limit the space. So it's very long to stay, it's very simple. We got around. The city. The only thing that we want to get down is what's.
And so.
So we talked about before. Many people are small. Long have environments. Created. So we don't have places that like a lot of outlets. So one of the things is not, just making sure, making some of the old ones. Which is okay, but it's not a thing, more, we've heard of people. So that was just the one of the small. specify the number of protocols by number of seats. Yeah, that was a total. But it doesn't, it's city code, their ordinance inside. There's 40 or more. Yeah, the state requires. Separate. But there's an actual goal. One way to that. I wanted this, is that there is a specific town, if you're far, you drop at 75, then on one car, you can back, if you are a restaurant, someone had to add one more car for each day.
Exactly opposite.
The state requires. You were positioned this day, this morning, and later on, and you.
Okay, so that is the other story, and then, so that's like out to the breakfast, to the idea of kind of influence that all the normal.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, well, the stuff application behind is that submitting for the ones that are submitting free.
And somebody asked if you're open tonight. But for the stance, yeah, that's when you know, what about your meeting on Monday, and I can say, find out, but it's not gonna be canceled. Like the last minute, because if we get something, now it's here, so.
Yeah, 30 days.
Because you only have 30 to 40 days until we won't be able to vote on it. We could, and so that's why it's not on us. It's on them. I hope I'm start writing you.
Says nobody's gonna.
Yeah. The other thing, another part of the treated part, the
So then the other thing I just wanted to, I put it in an email to see why I think was that the authority. There's something. So it does seem, the one thing is in 30-day notice, they can file their application at the same time, let's say, give us a 30-day notice before they have to wait the 30 days before they can do that. So that's why I'm not the layovers, because they can actually start with the paperwork and lay it over. You may not have enough, this is back up. So that's that, and then the other one that will clarification is that they define the non-contiguous space, and it used to just say that that it's separated from the licensed premises only by pedestrian thoroughfare, and now it says pedestrian thoroughfare primarily restricted to use by bicycle or portion of a thoroughfare with separated. So in other words, they're fine where the roads are allowed to like I think I have to, in the drive. If you want to review, it also has all the insurance requirements that they now have to do to kind of cover themselves. So that's that. Okay. Does anybody have anything?
Yes, I bring very careful, also two levels of time. Yeah, they'll get it like simple.
Okay, so now we'll go. And then cyclists are will each other. Is there?
Hopefully, we can see that.
Okay, so, the one people want to hear. What we want to do with it, I'll do them first, and I'm going to consider it.
Valerie's like, I work.
Same, yeah. Thank you. West and West is outlined, 150 Christopher, so this is for.
Which ones do you care about? That's what we're asking.
When you're looking at the, when they are reaching 9/11 with the mission. I really started out with, right, I know, I thought that would be really optimistic, but I think that would be only one, okay. And then, thank you. Number of people in the car, and they were. Yeah, here. They're not like, so. Of course, you guys have to go on that, no, but they're getting, I mean, they don't have it, so. And what about the, or they? Yes, they put in, well, it's a canvas structure. I mean, they have no sound study, which, you know, ask anybody who's not even playing practice, it's like they have some kind of sound study of how. They didn't do any of that. Yeah, really. So to me, it's a very possible to the application. I know this is not. It's a product that something else. They do before and they had to come back, and that's what they did. That was $50 that they had to close the signs, etc. So I mean, I feel like this is a portrait of every place, a portrait of a private member. Yeah. I mean, it's, and the other thing that really bothered me about it is if you're for an audit purpose, because I reached out, it's not on a restaurant license. And the number of things that are actually like tables, yeah, and it would be so, and I don't know how they're now, I'm like, run the night, who is someone is going to know unless you're getting something, right? I mean, there's already there. No, but I was just come out. No, we usually do that. No, no, but like. I'd rather just do this.
Yeah. This concept. Just the same.
Yeah,
But I would put it in that.
But that's just people play, it's also.
anyway, you do what you do, but.
Because they don't.
We'll send it out.
So I gotta move lessons from those. The usual lens accessible to the toilet. Usually, they're new. They all have. Look at this, the occupancy.
And there's two meetings that right?
We hear every time, we slide, they're saying that.
Right, and it's concepts. Then the stairs go up and down, so that was. The precedent of that was for the church cases. Church. This is a total set, so the way they're measuring. It's not.
Tuesdays.
I don't. That's up to the residents. See that.
We saw a lot of buses.
Yeah.
A lot of buses on that one, and I'm.
And then. All the center. Is it very?
Well, and they're gonna have to do the elevator. From that, that's.
But they all, like the elevator, the parking is saying about 500 people, and so that's vertically, it's what it said, the elevator on the ground was dedicated. That's really big.
That's there, it's not like you're going to the night before an entrance, right? Or the elevator. Well, that's what I'm thinking, right? It's not even if you've been there. That's the issue. That's the issue, then, I'm just
I
saying.
don't know, but I
that's the
think that should be, but there's a lot of, the biggest thing is disappointment. Stop. Oh, yeah. I think they're far apart.
Yeah, there was that.
Because remember that was the same way all. Except for the people.
Yeah, so I think I'm trying not to look over to make like anything. Yeah.
Well,
I was gonna be, it's probably.
Structure.
It's fine, but then we all together. So I was like, we need to, that's something that, it's what they.
I'm also. The condo. That's staying.
So, 2001.
No.
Community. And they feel it's still. We're gonna say the place that's somewhat. And but it's the same goal, so. I would bring them for. Here.
So.
I don't think all questions.
Right.
And also, I think that we should, you know, which is sort of still part of the. Virtualized. Meeting and then we can have full on this item. We want to preview for.
So in the interest of resolution. Everybody's going to be able to look at it now. Right. So that's good to not, we're not. So it's coming with for, yeah. But so, so we're denying that.
I think it's okay. I think. Even if there weren't, well, right, in situation, you got. When they're involved, I think it's what,
I would like to.
candidates. No.
That's why I was asking. I'm not expert, I don't know. First last role, this is that. I don't know.
But that's why we need to know. And I did get some last.
The other thing too. Actually.
Yeah.
Seriously. It's not.
Right, I know, I'm like, this is. Yeah.
As
the courts all have glass walls. And they said that the walls, it's been done to occur 6 months, maybe the wall.
You would vote them up, so that's what I'm saying.
It's interesting, using over.
It's pretty remote.
I can change. You guys have to figure out something out.
I'm also some of the public members were getting people out of.
Right.
Yeah, sure.
Although the first guy that spoke with his decibels and everything, because I asked, he came up and I said, sure, it would be very clear, and he came down the house.
Likewise.
But pickleball is still popular, they don't.
Okay, so the sound,
Sorry.
so the sound is the thing, you know, one of the thing.
It's all goes together. It's not just the sound, right? It's the sound of your voice. So they don't know.
Order on that, I could have a ball.
Yeah.
I'm not very excited.
Speakers also.
The ground is like, okay, and it's surrounded by residents. Yeah. That's all of the parties.
But nobody knew about it. Because this law.
Okay, all right,
Okay.
so that's that.
Number 3, we already did. We got Catering.
You did that.
Right. The number 4. I mean, yeah, no,
No, yeah, I mean, we did deny it last time, okay, but that's all right.
I hope they were it's over.
Oh, that's the one we.
Yeah. So 10 West, 10. West 10 West,
I think it's fine.
I think you denied.
We got it, they didn't have the permit. We had a problem there for days.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I don't know if that's been
I
correct.
get brought up like, you know, the measurement. Usually we will break it down.
Right.
They said that poor guy.
Oh,
This is just a bus by space.
Yeah.
I know.
And it's not. We say. That's not really good.
That's like the one outside TC on Jones, at the next block, the car and hop over the road there, if they know we was in here. It's too small a street.
And so, and that measurement they submitted in the city, which we know is, so the roadbed down, we know. Measurements. So much less than we do. We ask them that they do that measurement. It's one.
Oh, yeah. They don't have this, but it's go down. Because that turns into the fences. So I think we cannot.
All right, and then one of the nice things in the rules, proceeding this thing, say that the watch probably.
Right.
There's trees,
And then,
there's so many people in there from homes, they want. These guys just wanted to build for seating, which is the same thing. There's a lot of hole, there's no space in the middle.
So, and it's too bad. They were here before. We told them eventually that they were closing. Now later.
Right.
Then things and that.
and there's still.
And then they come back And it's certainly me, yeah, now we're waiting for that. This is immediately not a bigger. I think you need to put a good point.
Yeah. Okay. Next one. There's 115. Right, and that's later. Yes, I have to about that one. Yeah, I think so.
I actually think that guy is probably okay.
Yeah.
They're still very good.
Right, exactly.
The same problem just had.
Right.
We talked about that.
My ears were set.
I don't say we should start to.
So thank you.
So, it's not subject to, we don't understand.
Yeah.
So if we're able to get stipulations. Mitigate some of the issues that they would agree to. So
And they were all talking to that, so I'm sure they're all.
Yeah, fix it. Fix it, you can fix it.
I feel they like the back of the sound.
So you're saying that, we can suggest or even demand a 12 and 1 closing for other restaurants? That's
Yeah, I explained it. Before the public interest law, so this is before 1993.
And there are.
Long term been in business consistently before 1993 to the present.
Without.
You're not subject to 5. It's so-called grandfathering, but we're not supposed to. I call it racist, but that's what it is. That's the concept. So you were subject to before.
changing business. It's a new business. It's new.
But it's still licensed.
It's the location that gets it. I understand. It doesn't seem to make sense now, but
Shut down, shut it, close. And then new business.
and that's why I was dealing with Charles Street. That's what they're only 4 AM because of that. They don't. That's what that was all about.
but that's why Charles is that.
And he's looking to expand, so that's why I was saying, if you're looking to expand, you're not entitled to an expansion. Therefore, you should come down to go useful out.
I love
Yeah, okay, Westport. They came down now. Yes, hours are Sunday to Wednesday, 12. Thursday to Saturday, 1. They did outreach with the day. Yeah, I think that.
I'm okay with that.
Maybe. You gotta go there. Okay. So where the hours that. Yeah. Okay, and then, is there anything special I need to put in this? No, no, but staff. And staff, not what regular guys. In the back. Okay, well, I hope they go in and I. That's basis. Private party, 3 years. Right, I got that. Okay, good. Arvine, that's the former Quality Eats. Well, I know, but I have so many people.
I know, look, it's crazy. I just.
Yeah, the proposal that goes to staff. They did the outreach, they've done it before, and I guess. So everything's closing good, and that's that. Did I arrest everybody? Yeah, okay. And then, everybody, hospitality. That's the 173 Seventh Avenue. Well, I'm just.
To answer all.
They seem to answer all the questions. I am. It's on Seventh Avenue. It's not with block on, but less for, but I think there's a some background, it's very different than mine, and there's gonna be flowers all over, and
Well, we did explain to them what that.
we explained it, but it doesn't matter. So I just think it's not gonna be quite like it said. Yeah, we got those tables. So the tables in the front are gone. And outdoor. And what else? They probably.
Oh, this is right. Sorry. It's not having much to do with it. It's over with. On the side, the action of
And it's 12, next Sunday to Thursday is 12. Yeah. And Friday. Remember the Chinese restaurant? Okay, and then for Charles. We got one denial left with this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got that keeping down. And then for Charles, we deny us with that.
Yes. Yeah, they didn't say originally the last.
No, they said like. Oh.
Seating. A lot of. Like that. They're not, but there's so many.
Do you have, and if you can't get in, I walked by the other night, and I was just sitting there trying to get a glimpse of the inside, doing an Instagram photo, staring that room, the restaurants behind them. It's very. The green house. Yes, I have been removing the music from the road, but that was good. Well, because I didn't hear it, it's beautiful, elegant space, and I'm like, why am I hearing music here of all places? But I'm bringing that up.
It's interesting, it's. Kind of stored on something.
Yes.
He was originally the art guy. And then.
Oh, okay,
Was well taken, project, auto member. But one day, people are talking about, someday like the hangar, they will be the shadow, and somebody new.
Oh, you know what I'm gonna do, so we don't have those signatures on the email.
Don't blame me. The other. Oh.
This, where we said they have.
Going back. Can you put in there though?